Marcus Speaks. What is going on, people? Welcome to another episode of Marcus Speaks Live. Sorry. I'm having technical issues with my headphones. I'm not going to, but I know if I do, I'll have to load everything back up, but you guys can hear the music that's playing. You guys can hear everything else, and that's fine with me. If you guys can hear, that's fine with me. I don't have to hear everything. I can hear my voice, and I can hear. That's it. I believe. Let's see. Yeah, that's the only thing I can hear is my voice. I can't even hear my voice at all. But I don't know. I don't want to restart my computer for the fear of this stream. I might have to. So, people, in the meantime, I'm gonna start my computer over, and I will be right back. All right, in let's say 3 minutes. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, y'all ready to do that again? Let's do that again. In five, four, three, two, and one. Marcus speaks. Okay, let's do it over again. Come on now, work with me. Marcus speaks. Technology, you gotta love it. Anyway, welcome to another episode of Marcus Speaks Live, where we don't have technical difficulties. I can hear everything now, so we are good. Let me see if everything's saved. Let me check. Nothing saved. So, okay, everything did save. Okay. Everything on your guys' end should be good. Everything on my end is deleted, but we're fine. We're good. We're good. So, everybody, welcome to another installment of Marcus Speaks Live. As you can see, we have a new feature. We have the scroll and tick at the bottom. I have been talking about that for probably the past year. I've been using the restream, and my prayers have been answered. Now, I want to welcome you guys once more to this beautiful installment of Marcus Speaks Live. This is the podcast where I talk about everything and anything. So, with that being said, when I do this show, there's a certain thing that has to happen, that I have to do and say before every show starts. So, I do a story by story show. So I'll get into one story, I give you all the information about it, then I move on to the next. All right. Um with that video, with the story, it has a video that goes along with it to give you more information on what I'm talking about so you can be more informed, all right? But I just can't play any old video without any type of protection or some sort of, letting people know what's going on. So I use a thing, well, not just me, but a lot of content creators use a thing called fair use. You may ask, well, Marcus, what is fair use? Well, instead of me actually sitting here and blabbing my mouth, how about I let my past self tell you what fair use is? Hello, everyone. I'm going to tell you about fair use. It's the law. Warning. Federal law allows citizens to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyright motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe of copyright under 17 USC 107. All right, that's fair use, people. So they try to move things around and stuff. Okay, here we go. Now, fair use, fair use, fair use. So, get into a little, topic. Before we get into the topics of today, I want to share a little something. I shared it last night, but I want to expound upon it a little bit more. So, if you guys watched yesterday's show, you know that when I started the show, I started it out by saying that my oldest nephew has graduated high school. He is practically an adult right now. And it's weird to say that for the simple fact is that I told him this the day of my graduation, which is crazy. I told him, after we threw our hats and we were celebrating, waving at everybody, I had ran and got my nephew. He was 1 year old, going on 2, and my youngest nephew was just about he was 2 weeks from being born. So I took my oldest nephew and I walked him to the middle of the track field in front of the stands at our football stadium. And I told him wave, and I told him this is gonna be you one day. You're gonna be graduating as well. And I put my graduation cap on him. And it was it was weird to tell him that because I don't know if he remembered that at all because he was only one. So I'm proud of him. I'm proud of the guy. He was in college placement classes. I had no idea. So let's give him a DJ horn on that. Um, like I said, I'm proud of him. I had my oldest sister crying her ass off. But it was a joyous moment. I still have two more nephews and my niece. My niece's graduations to go to. My middle nephew, he graduates next year. My youngest nephew, he graduates a year after that. And my niece, she has 4 more years, so it's going to be some time in between until I go to another graduation between my nephews and my niece. So I want to say congratulations to all the graduates of 2022 who has made it past you guys's hard milestones and obstacles you guys had to go through within the past 2 or 3 years now. So I congratulate you guys. And I'll give you guys a round of applause along with my audience. I give all the graduates a round of applause and a DJ. So you guys made it. You guys' journeys are just beginning, to be honest. Um, you only stay a child for so much time, and then you become an adult, and then you adult for the rest of your life. Um, so some words of encouragement to all of the graduates of 2022. Um, Never let any obstacle come in between you and your dreams. All right, that's what I have to tell you guys. So, and I wish I would have had somebody tell me this when I was in school as well. So, I wish to be, some sort of beacon for you guys to, get your lives together. So, let me go over a few promotions. I don't have many anymore because I have that scrolling tick at the bottom. So, everybody, you guys don't forget. It says it on the scrolling tick. On Saturdays, I do Marcus Speaks Live, my podcast, at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And please don't forget on Fridays, I do Marcus Speaks Play at 6:30-ish p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The reason why I say it's 6:30-ish, because I might be here between 6:30 to 7:30. So, but also, please, if you could, go and subscribe to not only my first channel, my main channel, which the podcast is on, go over to my second channel, Marcus Speaks Play, where I only have exclusive game content over there. All right, so go into the description below. It's right there. And if you also want to watch that gameplay somewhere else, I'm also on Twitch.tv. All right, check out my Twitch streams every Friday at 6:30-ish p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So make sure you guys make it over there as well. People, if you want to come up here and talk to me, there's a link right over here. Somewhere up here, somewhere, like up there somewhere. All right. It's in the chat. Hit it if you want to talk to me. There's 2 rules, and I have the rules written out now at the bottom. You must be on camera is rule number 1. Second rule, If you don't want to be on camera on the show, you still have to be on camera here on the backstage so I can see who I'm talking to. If I don't know who I'm talking to, you're not coming up here. Just saying. All right? So, now that I got that out the way, you guys can hit the link if you want. I have 3 good topics tonight, so I hope someone comes up and talks about either of them, if not all of them. All right? And if you could do me a favor in the meantime, like this video, share this video, and subscribe if you're new. Hit that bell icon so you can immediately get all of my notifications once I go live. All right? Now, let that scrolling tick go on at the bottom. Let me talk about that just for like a couple seconds. So, ever since I started using this program or this website, really, I saw the differences between Restream of what I use and StreamYard. So StreamYard has had everything, such as me bringing up things on the screen like this and stuff like that. Like you can do that on StreamYards as well. The only thing Restream differed from StreamYards, which I believe StreamYards has yet to change. Restream's always changing, so I think Restream. So DJ Home, great product. I love using it. I'm not being paid to say this either, so this is free promotion for them. They didn't have the scroll and tick. The scroll and tick is very important because there's some things I don't want to say every time I get up here. The scroll and tick helps me out by doing that. So I thank Restream for doing this. I've been saying this for months, and they probably heard me and they saw that they needed it. So thank y'all for having it. I just want to big up, this program that I use because it's great. All right. If you guys could, another suggestion. When we go and schedule these or if we just go and come in to make a video and we gotta put in the title and the description and everything, have a box when we do that for tags, so I don't have to write it. Come over here to YouTube Studios and put the tags in afterwards. I can do everything else, but I just don't want to put the tags in over at YouTube. I'd rather do it all here. So here's another thing that you guys can work on now. Since you got the scroll and text, I'll keep putting y'all to work with things that I see and things that I feel that you guys should do over time. All right. So let me get into a short little news story. Let me try to see if I can bring it up. If you guys don't know, I believe it was Tulsa, Oklahoma, had a shootout that left 4 people dead. So there's a video I have right here. At first, before I get into it, they called it a mass shooting. At first, called it a mass shooting, but I guess once they found out the race of the person, they just said gunman afterwards. I don't blame them for doing that, but kind of weird that you guys did that. But just saying. So yeah, let me get this queued up, and we can all enjoy this video together. So let's go.
To that breaking news in Tulsa, a gunman opening fire inside of a hospital center, killing 4 people.
The gunman also dead. Another massacre. Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon here with the very latest. Sonia.
Bill, with the nation still processing the Uvalde shooting only 8 days ago in Texas, where the dead are still being buried, and the massacre in Buffalo 18 days ago. Late today in Tulsa, another mass shooting in a place people should feel safe, a hospital.
Right now, we have 4 civilians that are dead. We have one shooter that is dead. And right now, we believe that is self-inflicted.
After the first call came in just before 5 o'clock,
Raptor, what floor are you on? 2.
police swarmed St. Francis Hospital, finding most victims on the second floor of one building in the complex, and many people hiding behind locked doors trying to escape the danger. This man's mother works in the building across the street.
She went downstairs and she was going to see if she could leave, and she ran into a woman who was crying. Her husband had been in the building during the shooting, and he's shot right now, and she doesn't know if he's okay, if he's alive or dead.
Police are still working to identify the victims tonight and a motive.
From what I understand is that the shooter had an issue with a specific physician, and that the shooter could not find this physician, and that elicited, his behavior at the shootings.
If that's the case, it's reminiscent of the Bronx Lebanon Hospital shooting right here in the city in 2017, in which a disgruntled former employee, a doctor, opened fire. He was looking for a particular doctor who wasn't there, and instead shot and killed another doctor and wounded 7 more people before killing himself. Tulsa police tonight say they have yet to identify the shooter, but they are close.
And we have confirmed he had one long gun, a rifle, and one handgun on the scene at the time.
Tonight, Governor Phil Murphy among those demanding action after this latest mass shooting, tweeting, "We don't have to live like this. It's time for Congress to pass nationwide gun safety legislation."
I told you guys last week, you don't need gun safety. You don't need to regulate guns. Guns regulate themselves. Now, I would say if we had more guns on the street, less people will be doing all of this fuck shit we see in the news, such as people going into schools, hospitals, banks, and wherever else, churches, doing mass shootings. Because if people knew, if I go in here, there could be people here with guns, there will be a better society. Go to Texas. I have yet to go to Texas. But when I listen to people on podcasts and stuff like that, and they talk about how beautiful Texas is because one of the reasons why Texas is so beautiful is because everyone has a goddamn firearm. That's why. That's why Texas is so nice. Because people aren't so ready to pop off crazy. So, just a FYI, we don't need gun regulations, gun safety. What people do need is some sort of, I don't know, I'm thinking off the cuff right now. So, what they do need is this, I would say, probably. They need to do some sort of scan or something for. I'm pretty sure the FBI has all this information, such as mental ill people and stuff like that on file and stuff like that. If they have that information, they should not allow these types of people to have weapons. Here's a shot in the dark. So let's just throw a dart and see where it lands. The reason why the person that shot up this medical center is because he was complaining about back pain. Now, people may say, "Well, Marcus, that's odd. Why would that make him shoot up a medical center?" Well, one of the people that I believe that they said that he shot was the doctor who either they said it was a person who did the surgery on him or his regular healthcare professional that that he shot. Black man. It was a black man that did this. He said ever since after his surgery, his back surgery, he's been going through excruciating pain that's unbearable. But he had the ability to get up, come out the house with it with a long gun and a handgun to shoot up the second floor of a medical center. Something ain't adding up. If you have unbearable pain, then that means that you wouldn't be standing upright, walking, and shooting if you have unbearable pain. That's just me talking. But if he so happened to have this excruciating back pain, why did he kill 3 people, which I believe it was his doctor and I believe 2 nurses or something like that in itself? Now, I've never did this on this channel, and I probably won't do this again, but he should have just killed himself at his house. Case closed, no one needs to know. Bag him and tag him, put him in the morgue on ice. That's it. That's all. We won't go any further into that. Into that video. That's just all I wanted to say about it. But whatever. Anyway, so let's get into today's show. Why don't we? You guys heard me talk about this group before. But that was me talking about them. This was me talking about them when I first heard of them. And then I wanted to do a little bit of research on them. So when I came back, or not came back, but when I came to you guys, I wanted to let you guys know that I knew a little something about this group, but I didn't know much. I was just reading you guys an article of what I read, and I wanted to share with you guys about this group. If you don't know who I'm speaking of, it's the World Economic Forum. The World Economic Forum has a little annual meeting that they do every year. Called not called, but they hold it in Davos, Switzerland every year in the Alps. And they just finished last week. They had a week-long meeting about climate change and finances and all kinds of stuff. Here's a brief highlight of what that meeting was about. Here we go.
The World Economic Forum annual meeting, where the brightest minds, most powerful political figures, and global industry leaders all make the climb to Davos, Switzerland, a town nestled in the Swiss Alps, best known for its long ski trails and beautiful scenery. At an altitude of 5,118 feet, Davos is one of the highest towns in Europe, and for 1 week, it will also be one of the busiest. More than 2,000 attendees are expected to make the trip and take part in the forum's stacked agenda that includes discussions on climate change, economics, geopolitical frictions, and much more.
The cost of this fight, it's not cheap, but caving to aggression is going to be more costly if we allow it to happen.
It's the first in-person summit since before the COVID-19 pandemic, and it is an unusual one, set against the backdrop of war in Europe and economic uncertainty worldwide. The The World Economic Forum says Davos will be the starting point for a new era of global responsibility and cooperation.
There is a lot of lack of trust globally. We are faced with a very polarized world. We also need countries to collaborate.
The World Economic Forum's annual meeting is normally held in the dead of winter, but this year, spring will be in full bloom, perhaps a hopeful nod to humanity's future.
All right. So that's basically like a little highlight of what they do every year. So let's get into what actually happened at the meeting. The annual meeting of the World Health Organization, the World Economic Forum in Davos, is perhaps the world's most unpopular conference. In the W.E.F's founder and chairman, Klaus Schwab, is one of the world's most despised figures, often compared to Dr. Evil, the character Mike Epps played in Austin Powers series, and routinely likened to a James Bond supervillain on the internet. Schwab is seen as a messianic megalomaniac, leading a nefarious cabal of world leaders and corporate heads into a future dominated by the globalist elite. A Twitter poll by Trust Boost asks, does the World Economic Forum make the world a better place? As of this writing, 98.4% of respondents, never heard that word before, said no. What is it about this confab and its leaders that makes the WEF and its meeting so despised? After all, WEF is committed to improving the state of the world, or so says its slogan. As it turns out, most people don't like having a group of unelected, self-appointed dictators issuing top-down decrees and recommending policies that restrict their freedom and infringe their rights. Sorry, I got a fan that's blowing like high heaven over here. Anyway, this year's annual meeting has been billed as the most important in its 50-year history, giving the war in Ukraine in the post-pandemic new normal. Schwab suggests as much in its welcoming remarks, adding, we have to reinforce our resilience against a new virus, possibly, or other risks which we have on the global agenda. There's something in parentheses, but I don't think it's important. Anyway, let's keep going. Given that Schwab's collectivist rhetoric and plans have been so poorly received that he had to write a book called The Great Narrative to justify and recast the Great Reset as both necessary and benign. One would think that Schwab might choose his words more carefully by not suggesting that a new virus or other risks are a part of a global agenda that we or they are undertaking, as if these were future events being planned. But this one thing that I told you guys last week about the monkeypox that's out right now. I believe Bill Gates spoke on that sometime last week as well. Which I told you guys, monkeypox isn't new. Monkeypox been here since 2016. So, Nothing to fear, but fear itself. Let's keep going. Where are we at? But Schwab and the W.E.F are naturals at generating conspiracy theories and conspiracy theorists. Uh, Incidentally, the word collective is used 52 times in the Great Narrative. Didn't know that. I'm gonna have to pick that book up as well because I got the Great Reset waiting for me in my queue on Amazon. So hopefully I can get to it sometime soon. The annual meeting featured panel discussions on several issues, including augmented reality, which is what was it, AR, uh, central bank digital currencies such as let's not say Bitcoin, let's say cryptocurrencies, climate uh, transition in emerging economies, crypto's carbon footprint in the digital economy, diversity, equity, and inclusion, economic sanctions, employment in the fourth industrial revolution, energy transitions in China, environmental, social, and governance, ESG, indexing, geo- geopolitics, global tax, uh, pandemic healthcare, responsible consumption, which means they want us to eat bugs for alternative proteins, and returning nature to cities in Russia, as well as special address by the president of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky, or Volodymyr Zelensky. But it's a few of these that I can tell you guys about because I know a little bit about them. So one of them was central bank digital currencies. Basically, I spoke to you guys about the Hamilton. That's one of the central banks, not the world central bank, but the what do they call that here in America? Pretty sure it's called just the central bank. But anyway, um, the central bank wants to come up with a digital currency, such as a cryptocurrency called the Hamilton. It's in its works right now. Biden has already signed a bill on that, so whenever it's ready, we'll have that soon. This is no conspiracy theory. I gave you guys that information because I got that information from someone else that I listened to. So, I'm just basically passing down the information to you guys. Climate transition and emerging economies. I don't know what that means. Crypto's carbon footprint. Don't know what that means either, other than, they're trying to cut down on the world's carbon footprint because of the ozone layer or what's ever left of it. The digital economy, basically cryptocurrencies. Um, let's see. Energy transition. No, that's not it. Geopolitics. The global tax. The global tax, basically a carbon tax, basically. That's basically what they want to do to the world citizens, is have us get credits for our carbon tax. Yeah. Pandemic healthcare. I spoke to you guys last week about that, where 194 countries gave up their power of not making up, but gave up their power for making their minds up, I could say, about what they want to do as far as attacking another pandemic. It's all in the hands of the World Health Organization now. They have full sanction over anything that happens like that again. And let's see, responsible consumption, which I basically told you that they want us to start eating bugs for alternative means of protein, such as crickets and grubs and all kinds of other stuff. So whenever y'all start seeing bug bug loaves at in the refrigerator section in the meat department at your local grocery store, then you'll know that I'm not trying to bluff y'all. Returning nature to cities, basically they want more trees and vegetation in cities, basically, and that's about it. But that's nothing new, because I forgot what show I used to watch when I was a teenager, but they basically so I remember watching this one show. I forgot what it was, but it was basically talking about how Japan wanted to put a city in the ocean, basically like 100 miles off of the Tokyo shoreline, and basically it would be a self-sustaining city with vegetation and all kinds of stuff. It was basically like a dome in the ocean, basically, and it was all mechanical and metal, and they had it to where it was a lot of vegetation in it that gave off oxygen and stuff like that. So none of this stuff that I'm reading from them, what they want to do, is actually new. This is basically stuff that they probably already had in the pipeline to begin with. So I'm just going off of information that I already know from what I'm reading now. So you don't have to take my word for it. Do your own research. All right. So let's see. So the range of topics is staggering, but also indicative of the hubristic central planning ethos of the W.E.F. From centralized digital currencies to urban planning, the W.E.F's concerns are reminiscent of and likely have been influenced by the Club of Rome and are replete, with the neo Malthusianism. It seems that there is nothing that the WEF does not claim to be experts in, and nothing that it will not issue recommendations on. Yet mainstream media still deems the WEF's Great Reset a conspiracy theory, despite Joe Biden's recent remarks that high gas prices are something to be celebrated as part of an incredible transition to renewables. In other words, high gas prices have always been part of Green New Deal planning, and Biden, I don't know how to say this word, Politburo, Politburo, admittedly has been a party to their rise. Hope I said that right. A highlight of the 2022 meeting included Australian e-safety commissioner Julie Inman Grant, saying during a panel titled "Ushering in a Safer Digital Future" that freedom of speech is not the same thing as a free for all, and that we are going to need a recalibration of a whole range of human rights that are playing out online, from freedom of speech to to be free from online violence. Let's see. Where am I at? Free from online violence. The ominous comments come on the heels of Australia's slide toward total blah 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 blah. Big word. Hold on, I can get this. Totalitarianism during the pandemic and the European Union's recent approval of Digital Services Act, which bans hate speech and disinformation and represents a major step toward one world governance of the internet. And in particular, the EU framework for digital communications will regulate speech regarding climate change, health challenges like the coronavirus and other pandemics, and hate speech or other illegal speech as defined by the EU. To meet the EU's regulatory requirements and to streamline their efforts, search sites and social media platforms most likely will simply apply one set of rules, the EU, sorry, to all online content. In short, whether the W.E.F and its participants are freckless central planners and globalists, or what is more likely, powerful influencers impacting everything from government policies to corporate decision making. This group has the temerity to suggest that they are or should be in charge of the world. Never mind leaving people alone to pursue their life interests, including their economic and family lives. The master planners must intervene against all individual, local, regional, and national plans. As Ludwig von Mises noted, such central planners are always authoritarians. Uh, authoritarians and authoritarians who wish to overwrite the plans of individuals. They believe that they are indubitably right, despite the horrendous track record of the interventionism. What the hell? That's a lot of fucking big words that they say tonight. So, one moment. Let me wet my whistle. World leaders. I only got the chat up. Hold up. All right. World leaders, financiers, and chief executives said they were leaving this week's World Economic Forum with an urgent sense of the need to reboot and redefine globalization. The framework of open markets that have shaped the last 3 decades of commerce and global politics and geopolitics, look increasingly wobbly as trade spats fan economic nationalism, and pandemic exposes the fragility of global supply networks, and war in Europe could reshape the geopolitical landscape. Worry over signs of this breaking down was palatable at this week's reboot of the W.E.F, an annual gathering of the world's hold on, where am I at? An annual gathering of the world's well-heeled, most of whom have championed globalization. International Monetary Fund managing director. Hold on. The International Monetary Fund managing director, Kristalina Georgieva, summed up the mood of the event. Georgieva said she fears the risk of a world recession less than the risk that we are going to walk into a world with more fragmentation. Now, I told y'all last week that the United States, within 6 to 12 months, could possibly be going into a recession. Now, guess what? I just heard yesterday, I believe, them talking about it. This is the thing. The two videos I showed you guys last week were from like a month ago. Well, no, one was from a week before I did it. I did my video. Then the second video of the recession I was talking about was from a month ago. That was on MSNBC. They're just now talking about it on like Fox and shit. So it's like, come on now. What are y'all doing? They gotta be on top of this stuff. Where am I at? With trade blocks and currency blocks separating what was up to now still an integrated world economy, the trend of fragmentation is strong, she said. Corporate executives in Davos were among the loudest in decrying signs of a world reverting to blocks defined by political alliances rather than by economic corporations. We cannot let globalization reverse, said Jim Hagman. Jim Hagman said, can they just give me a first and last name? I don't need their full name. Chairman of German industrial powerhouse Siemens AG, I will not leave Davos with that thought. I will leave with the thought that we will need more collaboration. Volkswagen CEO Herbert Diess, Herbert Diess said he was concerned by the discussions of new block building as the German car maker ramped up production in the United States. Europe and Germany depend on open markets. We would always try to keep the world open, he said at a briefing on the sidelines of the summit. Officials clutched at new hold on. I need help with this word. All right, APHE, and I think that's the word. Yep, that's it right here. Euphemism, sorry. Clutched at new euphemisms for describing a new style of globalization with multilateralism. A favorite among buzzwords including reshoring, friendshoring, self-sufficiency, and resilience. Multilateralism works, said German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. It is also a prerequisite for stopping deglobalization that we are experiencing. A lot of big words in here. All right, so party's over. This is one of the subtitles I had for this. So not all are unhappy. All right? Let's say that 3 times as fast. With how globalization has frayed since the last time officials and executives gathered in January 2020, just before the coronavirus pandemic took off. Brazil's out of sync with the rest of the world. Brazil economy minister Pablo uh, Guedes said, "We stay out of the party. There was a 30-year party of globalization. Everyone took advantage. Everyone integrated the value chain. We are cursed because we're out of this thing. Now we're blessed. Global trade accelerated from the 90s onward, and government struck regional pacts that lowered tariffs. And then, as China emerged as the dominant low-cost goods producer, together they enabled the widespread adoption of just-in-time supply networks that help speed the delivery of goods and hold down costs, contributing to the low inflation environment that prevailed in the years before the pandemic. It also fueled a low a loss of manufacturing jobs in developed economies like the United States, Europe, and Europe. A trend Gudes uh, derided as a global labor or arbitrage. Ar- Arbitrage. I hope that's the right way to say that word. Arbitrage. Let's see. Arbitrage. Yeah, arbitrage. I know I said that right. Global labor arbitrage. He sees coming to an end even before COVID-19 upended those supply networks. The system had come under fire from economic nationalist policies like those championed under former U.S. President Donald Trump. The war in Ukraine has only fanned talk of a breakdown. Yet, for all the chatter about deglobalization, there is little evidence so far of countries distancing themselves from one another through trade, with the notable exceptions of Russia after a host of sanctions that trade restrictions. A global index of world trade volumes from the CPB Netherlands Bureau of Economic Policy analysis declined by 0.2% in March, but is off by only 1% from the record high in December. It remains 2.5% higher than a year earlier and 11% above its pre-pandemic level. Still, it can emerge in the near future, and companies shift some production closer to target markets to guide against single source dependency in their supply chain. All right, got one more sub point, and I think it's like 1.5 paragraphs. So self-sufficiency. V-Dubs leases, that's Volkswagen, if anybody who doesn't know, said that the shift of self-sufficiency because of global supply chain disruption should be tempered by concern by keeping market opening even for his own company. This way, now of nations or big blocks becoming too self-sufficient, there really is a big risk of an hold on. There really is a big risk of an closing Let's read that sentence over again, because I stumbled like 8 times. This way now, a nation or a big bloc becoming too self-sufficient, there really is a big risk of an ever-closing world. Nailed it. And less competitiveness. So we are really looking and hoping for an open market, which are just much better for the world. Global supply chain dependencies may be seen as a problem now, but they also help people talk to each other, he said. Siemens Snob or Sneed said it was relatively easy for many companies to withdraw from Russia after the invaded Ukraine because for most their exposure was relatively small. Well, what if this was China? Completely different situation, completely different dependency, Snape said. In many ways, the situation in Russia and Ukraine for me is a wake-up call, and hopefully it's a wake-up call to collaborate more. So that's what they was talking about. That's one of the situations that they was talking about. But like I said, I named off basically everything that they was talking about that night or that week, I should say, which was well, let's go over what they was talking about again. My first page, I believe. Where's the second page? So they was talking about, let's see, annual meeting featured panel discussions of issues including augmented reality, central bank digital currencies, climate transition and emerging economies, crypto's carbon footprint, the digital economy, diversity, equality, and inclusion, economic sanctions, employment in the fourth industrial revolution, emerging energy transition in China, environmental, social, and governance, indexing, geopolitics, global tax, pandemic healthcare, responsible consumption, returning nature to cities in Russia, as well as special address by the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. So yeah, that was that. I suggest you guys do your research on these people. There are, like the person said in the article, a nefarious group of individuals. I would say so myself, as none of these guys are elected officials. None of these guys are people that we know and that we put into office to make our decisions for us. So be on the lookout for some changes to happen. Just as much as some have already been done, but be on the lookout for more changes on the horizon. I'm going to take, like, I say, let's do a 3-minute break. Just a 3-minute break. I'll be right back in 3 minutes because I have to do some things behind the scenes here. So 3-minute break. We'll be right back. right, we are back. So, I've never showed this picture while we was on it, but this is share screen. What am I doing? That's Klaus Schwab. That's the head of the World Economic Forum. That's him right there. So that was him delivering the opening keynote speech of the week. And yeah, I feel like he's nefarious as hell. Myself personally, I call the World Economic Forum the public branch of the Illuminati. And a little information, if you guys don't know this group, the Bilderberg Group, and I probably just got my channel flagged by saying that name, but they're having a meeting in DC as we speak. So, World Health Organization met last week. Bilderberg Group's meeting right now, if not the rest of the week. How scared, right? Now, I wanted to get that out the way for the simple fact that there is another thing going on in the news. Let me bring you up here. There's two people that I feel like everyone knows and loves. D.L Hughley and Mon'Nique. They got into a little spat last Saturday, I believe, at a comedy show over disputes of over disputes of who was going on as the headliner. Now, if anybody has ever been to a comedy show, and I hope everyone has by this time, usually the headliner goes on last. So if you guys watch the Kings of Comedy, the headliner of the night or on the video was Bernie Mac. If you watch the Queens of Comedy, the headliner of the night or on the video was Mon'Nique. So it was some confusing things happening between their camps. And I forgot to do this as well because I'm extra loud. Here we go. Let me get that sound to where it's supposed to be at. So, comedians Mon'Nique and D.L Hughley have engaged in a heated back and forth over the past few days after the comedian blasted Hughley over a contract dispute over who was the rightful headliner of a live comedy show. The drama kicked off on Saturday, May 28th, during Mon'Nique's comedy set at the Comedy Explosion event at the Fox Theater, in Detroit, Michigan. The actress lashed out at D.L Hughley, the headliner of the night, alleging she was supposed to close out the show as stipulated by the contractual agreement she signed prior to her performance. That's what the MFing contract says. Mon'Nique is to be the last MFing person on the GD stage. She is the headliner. That's what I signed the contract for. Labeling D.L Hughley a BN, which is a bitch nigga, and questioning his sexuality. Mon'Nique's extended tirade quickly went viral. So this is the tirade right here. I have it right here, right here. It's 10 minutes long. All right? It's 10 minutes long. 10 minutes and 43 seconds to be exact. But this is what happened.
Oh, I'm so motherfucking full right now, baby. When I tell you my heart is goddamn racing, because I'm so proud, I'm so honored to be standing in front of you real motherfuckers. Y'all don't even understand. I have traveled the motherfucking world. Oh, but when I come to Detroit, yeah. See, I've had people. Bitch, I know, right? See, when they called me to come play Detroit and come play the Fox Theater, and I ain't played the Fox Theater in over 20 motherfucking years. I was so goddamn excited. I was so motherfucking excited because I said, oh, a bitch is going back. A bitch is going back to the Fox Theater in motherfucking Detroit. When I tell you Detroit, y'all don't understand what the fuck I had to go through to stand in front of you beautiful motherfuckers tonight. Y'all don't understand the fight a bitch had to go through to stand in front of y'all tonight. Y'all don't understand I was ready to walk the fuck up out of here, but I said I can't let the people down of motherfucking Detroit because the promoters is worthy as a motherfucker.
All right now.
I don't fuck with nobody. I take pride in not fucking with nobody, nigga. But if you fuck with me, we gonna dance, nigga. We gonna do the 2-step, nigga. See,
So this is where it starts getting spicy.
I take pride, baby. In my whole motherfucking career, can't nobody tell you I ever started no shit with them. That ain't what the fuck I do. My heart would hurt if I tried to bully a motherfucker or start some shit with a motherfucker. But what niggas had to understand about me, I ain't for that Hollywood bullshit. If you cross the motherfucking line, Oprah, if you cross the motherfucking line, Tyler, I'm gonna see you coon motherfucker. Come on, the coon train, nigga. Choo-choo! Them niggas told me, Mon'Nique, let go and let go. Let go and let God. They have taught niggas to be so motherfucking fearful and just give it to God. Let go and let God. So I kept hearing this shit over and over and over again. So I said, well, let me let the shit go and let me give it to God. And you know what God did? He gave it right the fuck back. He said, bitch, I gave you everything you need to deal with these motherfucking goons. Steve Harvey, D.L Hughley. I gave you everything you need to deal with these motherfucking goons. I don't fuck with nobody. See,
Now, she named one of the people of what I mentioned, D.L Hughley, by name on stage. Now, I can understand why she named Steve Harvey, because if you guys don't remember, Mon'Nique went on to Steve's show, which was it two years ago? Because I believe Steve's show went off two years ago. So yeah, like around that time, like it was like the beginning of the end for a show, because contractually with Steve's show, NBC didn't own the show, because we're talking TV. Every show that you see, the show's rights, the name, everything that has to do with the show, the company which makes it, which will be your NBCs, ABCs, your Foxes, which now is owned by Disney, FX, which I think is owned by Disney as well. What else? Your Disney Channel, your Cartoon Network. BT, all the shows that you see are owned rightfully and rights reserved by those channels. Now, Steve's show. Steve owned his whole show outright. So the main thing that NBC owned really on his slot was the slot itself. Was it the hour or 2 hours he was on every day? They only owned the slot. They didn't own the show. The advertising went to Steve's company. Yeah, that's about it. Like, because that's all that those companies get paid from is advertising dollars. Those advertising dollars for that slot was owned by Steve. So the hour that Steve was on, NBC wasn't making any money within that hour. And Steve talks about this in length on D.L Hughley's TV1 show that he had. He doesn't do it anymore, but Steve was a guest. And Steve said that he owned the rights to a show. He also owns the rights to Family Feud, I believe. Yeah, I think he owns the rights to Family Feud. So these are two shows that he had. Well, he still has Family Feud, which he's doing international Family Feud now, where where he goes. Well, now he's in Africa. He's doing Family Feud in Africa. So, yeah, man. Steve owns everything that he does. But to go back to what I was saying before I was getting into people's wallets, if you guys never saw the conversation between Steve Harvey and Mon'Nique on the Steve Harvey show, or what was this show called? The Steve Harvey show, his talk show. They talked about things in length, and Steve basically told her, like, you gotta chill out with what you're saying about people, because these people are very powerful people. And Mon'Nique's like me. We both from Maryland. She's from Baltimore County. I'm not sure what town, which it's only 2 counties away from me. She's from Baltimore County, both from Maryland. We don't hold our tongues back about anything. We don't stop to analyze the situation. We'll say what's on our mind first. Which I would say sometimes I'll stop and analyze the situation first. But normally we have the information of what we're speaking on before we even speak on, which she did. Because the whole reason why she was blackballed, mind you, is because she didn't do what the studio asked of her, which under her contract of what she said, she was done all of the obligations of her contract, so it was no more of what she could have done. Fast forward, she went on to The View, and Whoopi Goldberg told her that she should have called her and talked to her about what she should have done. But Mon'Nique looked at her and basically said, "Well, what would you tell me that I wouldn't have already known? You're telling me that I should have called you to talk about what to do, now with it, but it's already done. It's been, I think, from when Precious got released. I forgot. I even forgot when Precious was released. I don't know, 2006, 2007, or something like that. So after that, that's when she got blackballed. We didn't really see her anymore in anything. Because she didn't do what was asked of her. Now, you may be saying, well, Marcus, Tyler Perry nor Oprah would have anything to do with that. Well, yes, they did. Oprah and Tyler Perry both were executive producers of Precious. Lee Daniels was, I believe, the executive producer as well. No, he only directed. But Tyler Perry and Oprah Winfrey's company, Harpo, were executive producers. So this, if you watch all of Lee Daniels' films, there's some bullshit in there. Precious was one of them. If you guys watch The Butler, only Lee Daniels could get Terrence Howard to kiss on Oprah Winfrey. Like he's the only person that could do that. But around that time, after Mon'Nique got the Oscar and everything, there was some foolishness going on Oprah's show. Oprah had Mon'Nique's brother and the rest of her family on the show. Oprah said that Mon'Nique said that Oprah called her and said that she wanted to interview, or she was going to interview her family. And Mon'Nique told her, if you love me, don't do that, because I hadn't spoke to my mother in a while. Well, her mother and her father in a while, and she didn't speak to her brother after years of abuse. If you guys don't know, everybody that was in the Precious movie, they all were sexually abused or abused in some way as a child, or whatever. Everybody in that movie. So Mon'Nique, Gabby A. Sidibe, Mariah Carey, Paula Patton. I forgot who else was in that movie. I think Lenny Kravitz. No, I don't think Lenny Kravitz was in that movie. I believe he was in that movie. I can't remember, but everybody was abused in some way as a child in that movie. So, she told her, "Don't do it. If you love me, if you claim to be my friend, don't do it." But Oprah wanted that money, so she told him to come on anyway. Thus, that's the reason why she has the problem with Oprah. Why she has the problem with Tyler Perry, I have no idea. Maybe he was the one that actually initially put in for her to be blackballed. Maybe, I don't know. Steve Harvey, if you watch his show and their conversation, Steve was saying some fuck shit on there. Now, some people will say, well, no, Steve was actually making sense with what he was saying, and no one's actually trying to listen to what Steve's point of view is of it. But, if Mon'Nique knows her business and Mon'Nique knows what she should have done and what she's obligated in doing, then maybe she is telling the truth. Excuse me. Then she has her little spat with Netflix, where they only wanted to pay her, $50,000 to do her Netflix special. But she felt with her track record, her resume, she should have been making as much as Chris Rock and Dave Chappelle. Now, Netflix argued on relevancy. Dave Chappelle wasn't relevant until he started making those specials. No one was talking about Dave Chappelle at all, unless you're a comedian. those are the only people that were probably talking about Dave Chappelle. No one was talking about Chris Rock because Chris Rock hadn't been seen doing a special since his last special, which I can't even remember when that came out. But all I remember about the special is that it was recorded in 3 different places. I believe it was like the United States, London, and Australia. I believe it was like these 3 places. He filmed all that he filmed them, but then he made like a special out of it or whatever. Chris Rock hadn't been relevant for a while as a comedian. Well, as an actor, maybe because he was in some movies after that special came out. But as a comedian, he is a legend. But as far as body of work of what he had done comedically was years ago. And then we get to Amy Schumer, which her joke stealing ass got all of what $20 million or something for her special. Now that's all Mon'Nique was asking for, was I want as much as my peers are getting. They argued relevancy. It's like, well, I'm just as relevant as these people. I've been in countless movies. She had just got off of a movie at that time, last Christmas. And they argued relevancy. Well, I was just in a movie. I have an Oscar for a movie that I did almost 20 years ago. I had a hit TV show that's on now. That's still relevant now. That's on TV. So what's the relevancy clause thing? Like, I'm relevant. Like, people are still watching my show. I'm pretty sure Precious gets previewed with people. Or not previewed, but watch. Some people probably still watch it. Maybe. I don't know. And I was just in a movie just recently, so I have all of the ingredients to be relevant. Why aren't I getting the same as my peers? And they argued her down. That's when she started going her little tirade about fuck Netflix and we should boycott Netflix. But nobody boycotted Netflix for Mon'Nique, which I can understand. But people did boycott Netflix for Cuties, which I can also understand. But that happened like practically around the same time. So it's just people were just picking their causes. That's all. So let's get back into the video and let's see what she has to say about D.L Hughley cooning.
I'm gonna tell y'all what the fuck is going on, because y'all know one thing about me, bitch, I'm gonna tell. That's why they ain't like me as a little girl, bitch, because I'm gonna tell. Bitch, I'm gonna tell you out there kissing Petey on the playground, bitch. You nasty whore, we in the 3rd grade, bitch, I'm going to tell. Yes, he punked me, bitch, but nobody saw it. I wanna tell. See, I fucks with contracts. That's why niggas got a problem with me. If you sign the motherfucking contract, that's what the fuck it is. But they're so used to niggas fucking around with the contract and being nervous because they might lose an opportunity or a motherfucking chance, so they won't redo the contract. I'm not a bitch who will redo the contract. If you sign the motherfucker, that's what the motherfucker is. So tonight, see, I'm gonna tell y'all.
Now, this is what everyone is getting on her back about, even D.L Hughley, is contracts. Now, people, if you never signed a contract, you should know you should read the whole contract, even the fine print. You should read everything in the contract, because of what Dave Chappelle came out and said about his contract with Comedy Central by way of what's the big company? Damn, what the hell is that company name? Well, let's go and check. Viacom. I just got it. Viacom. So Viacom CBS. That's who owns Comedy Central. So, like Dave Chappelle said in his video when he talked about it, when he told people to boycott him. The only reason why he signed the contract, and Mon'Nique just said it because niggas is nervous because they don't want to miss out on an opportunity, they signed the contract. Dave Chappelle said the only reason why he signed the Comedy Central contract is because he had a newborn son on the way, and he wanted to make as much money as he could so he could give his child a better life. Now, that's beautiful. All right, I understand that. And then he regretted his decision. That's the reason why he tried to quit the show several times, because it was too much foolishness going on behind the scenes that he didn't want to mess with. So thus we get 2 seasons of Chappelle Show with the lost episode season, which it was those bad those bad sketches that was on there. But contracts, you have to read your contract. I just said a little while ago that contractually, from what Mon'Nique said, that she filled all her obligations for her Precious run, which I believe within the contract it said that you'll be promoting all this and blah 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 blah, whatever. But it said, I believe she said in the States. That's all it said. When they wanted her to go and promote the movie overseas in Europe, that's when she started saying, well, nah, I've already, contractually, I have already did what I had to do. So as far as that goes, me going overseas to promote, I need more money now. We can sign another contract saying that I'll be doing this, this, and that, but it has to come with a price. It comes with a price. And then thus she was blackballed. See, everybody that I've listened to that's talked about this, they have yet to bring any of this up, because I believe they probably have some sort of vendetta against Mon'Nique. But you have to listen to what people are saying. Quit jumping to conclusions. Use your cognitive listening skills. Make sure you know how to comprehend well, and make sure that you know a little something about what they're talking about before you start making your points. See, this has been years of me watching Mon'Nique do this. And I've been on Mon'Nique's side. Maybe I'm biased, all right, because she's from Maryland. But I believe Mon'Nique is telling the truth. Now, let's see what she's telling the truth about.
Bring it down to Detroit, because I would feel less than a motherfucking woman if I didn't let y'all know what the fuck was going on this stage right now. So if my energy is a little different, nigga, because they got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. So the contract. Oh, nigga. The motherfucking contract said that a bitch is the headliner. The headliner. Let me say it again. The headliner. That's what the motherfucking contract says. Mon'Nique is to be the last motherfucking person on the goddamn stage. She is the headliner. That's what I signed the fuck up for. I'm 30 plus years in this motherfucking business, and I don't open for no goddamn body. The contract said the headliner. The contract said the headliner. The contract said the headliner. But a nigga named D.L Hughley turned into a bitch and said, I won't perform if she does that.
Now, this is where things start to get a little jarring. Now, some people will say, well, if DL's contract said that he's headlining, and then Mon'Nique's contract says that she's headlining, then it's a promotion. It's the promoter's fault at this. But it's not unlikely for a promoter to double book two headliners. It's not unlikely. If you ever been to a comedy club, which there's one right in Baltimore that I go to called the Baltimore Comedy Factory, lots and lots of comedy clubs double book. Why? Well, maybe one of the names that they have may not have sold as many tickets. So maybe they have to either double book or start Grouponing the show. So instead of them saying, well, instead of us losing money, let's then cut this act's time down. Instead of him doing how many shows would they do in a week? So usually, let's say from Thursday to Friday to Sunday, they'll do one show on Thursday, 3 shows on Friday, 3 shows on Saturday, 2 shows on Sunday. So that's a total of 9 shows. What they would then do is say, okay, you get 4 shows. That the person that I'm bringing in, they'll get 5. They're cutting their time. So let's say on Thursday, since there's only 1 show, that means that the second headliner had only agreed to doing Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then the first headliner only agreed to doing Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and that's it. Because that would probably be 4 shows. Let me think. Thursday, 1 show. Friday, let's say he does 2 shows, so that's 3. And then Saturday he does 2 shows, so that's hold on. He does 1 show, so that's 4 shows he got to do from Thursday to Saturday. He does 1 show. The rest of the billing is the other headliners. He does Friday, Saturday, Sunday. He does his 5 shows. Then he goes home. That's the reason why it's not unlikely for a promoter to double book a 2 headliners. It happens all the time. Now, on a theater show, some people will say, well, Marcus, that's where things starts getting different. Okay. But have we not been to a concert at a theater and seeing that there's 2 musical acts that are headlining the show? So what will happen is that they'll probably sit down and have a discussion with the promoter and say, okay, well, I'll do we'll let the opening act open at 8. So let's say the show starts at 7:30. So that's people getting their snacks and stuff, getting their seat. 30 minutes go past. The show starts at 8. Opener comes out. It's usually a comedian. They'll do their jokes to warm everybody up. Then, or let's say the host comes on, then the comedian comes on, does his thing. Then the first headliner comes out. Let's say the comedian the host did 5 minutes of whatever he does, warming people up. The comedian does like 20, 25 minutes or so. So let's say, what's that? That's 30 minutes. That has 1 pass. So practically an hour has passed since the show has started. So at 8:30, the first act comes up. They do from 8:30 to, let's say, 9 o'clock. That's 30 minutes of them doing their hits. And then from 9:30, from 9 to 9:30, that's when the last act comes up and they do their thing. So the show, 2-hour show, everybody got what they wanted. Everybody goes home, right? It's not unlikely in a theater show. Not unlikely to double book 2 headliners for a comedy show, which would happen, which I believe. Well, what didn't happen was a conversation between the 2 headliners, Mon'Nique and D.L Hughley, and the promoter of what they was going to do. So, although each one of them probably would have had an issue with being third on the bill, but they could have worked something out. But this is one thing that isn't being talked about. There was 2 other comedians that was on stage that night. Those other 2 comedians' names are, it was Josh Adams and Ada Rodriguez. Ada Rodriguez has yet to come out and say anything about this, nor has Josh Adams. This is how everything was going to go that night. So, hold on. Let me get my So, Jesus Christ. So, this is how the show was gonna start that night. I'm gonna show this later on as well. Well, I might as well show it now. Let me see if I can put this up like this. Yes, that's better. All right. So, and I'll do this for you guys. All right, so everything there's 3 boxes, but the other boxes just has it's just the time that each act has. So 105.9 Kiss FM morning show, Mason and Angie Starr. They will go on for 10 minutes, I guess. Like welcoming everybody, thanks for coming, blah blah blah. We have an amazing show for you guys, blah 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 blah. Right? Josh Adams is then the host, right? Josh Adams will come up. He's doing 5 minutes. He's warming the people up. Josh Adams then introduces Ada Rodriguez at 8:15. So from 8:15 to 8:35, which is 20 minutes, Ada Rodriguez has the stage. Ada wraps up at 8:35. Josh comes back out, tells everybody what y'all think of the act, blah, 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 whatever. Kiss my ass. And then Josh Adams comes out. He does another 5-minute set from 8:35 to 8:40. And, he does a little bit of, he's hosting. He's hosting the show. So then he introduced DL at 8:40. So from 8:40 to 9:20, which is 40 minutes, DL has. This is the whole lineup. All right. So DL has 40 minutes. And then they do a 15-minute intermission from 9:20 to 9:25, right? So basically, this is what would happen, because I've been to a concert comedy show. What happens is this: you have your two acts that come on, which I believe it was 4 acts that night, like this night. So they had an opener. Yeah, so the opener was Ada. And the host, who was the host that night? Who the hell was the host that night? I want to say it was Torre, but I don't think it was Torre. But I think it was Torre or Toure. Toure, I think, was the host that night at the concert comedy show that I went to. That's some more headlined. at the Atlantic City, whatever that concert hall I think it is. So okay, so this was how the intermission went at that show. They came out. The host came on and said, "Okay, we're gonna take a quick intermission. We'll be back within." The intermission was 15 minutes, which that's how much they give. So that means you go to the bathroom, you go back to the concession stands, get something to drink, get something to eat, and then come back to your seats within 15 minutes. Which that's what happened. That's I did that. You know what I'm saying? Me and my date, which I was being treated to that show by a girlfriend of mine at the time for my birthday. So she treated me to a comedy show. Well, weekend really, but the comedy show was like the main focus. So they come back at 9:35. So Josh Adams has another 5-minute set, which in all he gets 15 minutes to do what he does comedically. And then Josh Adams at 9:40 introduces Mon'Nique to the stage. So from 9:40 to 10:25, Mon'Nique has 45 minutes to do her thing, and then they close the show out. Right? So what would be the issue if D.L Hughley's if this is the lineup, this is actually what was printed from New Day Promotions. This was the show schedule. They do sound check at so Josh Adams does his sound check for 30 minutes. Ada does her sound check, which I don't understand how that works out. So Ada does hers from 4 p.m. to 4:30. Josh does his from 4:30 to 5. Hold on, I'm reading that wrong. Mon'Nique does her sound check from 3 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. DL does his from 3:30 to 4. Ada does hers from 4 to 4:30, and then Josh does his from 5 to 4:30 to 5. That's so they can get everybody's levels right, and they'll have like a cheat sheet in front of their whatever. Okay, so and they'll have everybody's, they'll have a cheat sheet of where everybody's microphone level should be. That's the reason why you do sound check. All right. I do sound check before I come on this show every week. Both shows I do each week, I do sound check. I make sure I can hear myself. Yesterday, I didn't hear myself like I hear myself right now. Tonight, I did not hear myself. That's the reason why I had to restart the show. So, it's important for sound check because you got to get your levels right. Now, the whole reason why that they're fighting, or I believe that Mon'Nique outed DL, is because this is actually where he was supposed to go. He was supposed to go third. Supposed to go on at 8:40 to 9:20. What is the problem with that? He actually, if that's what his contract said, that he will do 40 minutes on a show, then that's what he was offered. Now, if his contract said that he was the headline, then he would have headlined. He would have been the last person on stage. Now, who's to say how much each other negotiated? If let's say he got 20,000, but Mon'Nique only got 15, then DL would think, okay, well, I'm the headliner because I got $20,000 to do this show. But the money hasn't yet to come up, so and I'm pretty sure it won't. But I'm only saying this because nobody else is saying this here on YouTube. Nobody else is trying to deep dive into this as much as possible. They just want to say whatever comes to their heads, and they're not trying to analyze the situation, which I can understand. You don't have time to do that. But on this show, we analyze, and we're doing the analyzation right now. So let's keep going. All right, let's continue with what Mon'Nique has to say.
I won't go out if she does that. Nigga, you open for the kings of comedy. I close for the queens of comedy, nigga. And you think because I don't have a dick, that ain't my position, nigga. So when I leave this motherfucker, the headliner has left. I don't fuck with nobody. I don't fuck with no motherfucking body. But when you cross the line with me, nigga, you have crossed the motherfucking line. And that bitch, nigga, has crossed the motherfucking line. See, we got a history, nigga. We got a history. That nigga went on a tour talking about all Mon'Nique wasn't. You can Google it right now. D.L Hughley on Mon'Nique, all I wasn't, what I wasn't worth, all of this bullshit. And nigga, you put your feet under my motherfucking table. So you came to my home, nigga, and you put your feet under my motherfucking table. I don't get down like that, goddammit. You got a bitch wrong. You talk about Young Thug, and because of their names, nigga, your name is D.L. What the fuck does it stand for?
Now, if you guys don't remember that, I believe DL went on to Vlad TV and various other outlets here on YouTube because Vlad asked a question about Mon'Nique's dispute with Netflix. D.L Hughley said that he didn't believe that it was necessary for her to be doing what she's doing. Also to out Oprah, Tyler, and Lee Daniels. Now, the only reason why Lee Daniels has apologized is because Mon'Nique and Lee Daniels have a movie that's coming to Netflix. But this is the only way Mon'Nique got the role is because what's the actress name? All right, I'm gonna have to look her up because I don't know her name offhand. So, what movies was she in? The Help. Let me see what the Help cast is. Her name is Octavia Spencer. Octavia Spencer actually had to decline the role for the simple fact that I don't think she or I think she caught COVID or something around the she couldn't do the movie, right? So they asked, well, who's next up? Well, Mon'Nique became next up to do the movie. So I believe that's the only reason why Lee Daniels has apologized to her. And that's also on video as well. Him apologizing. It was a fake apology because he was like, Mon'Nique has been my friend forever. It's like, no, the fuck, she hasn't, sir. But yeah, by her saying he went on a tour talking about what she's not worth and what she is, which he did. And then coming to her home and putting his feet underneath of her kitchen table or her dining room table. She does have a mansion, let me not disrespect. And eat her food and talk to her after what he's done. I can understand those sentiments because some people has been through that where, you know, you invite someone over your home, you guys having good conversation, then you hear that they're talking shit behind your back. It's like, well, hold on, nigga. You ate my food, put your feet underneath my damn table, and you want to talk shit? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dog? Now, I understand that. I understand that completely. Because how are you going to go on a world tour with my Muhammad, my man, with two dykes in the van, and then talking about me, and then when you come off tour, you like, well, let me go and visit my friend Mon'Nique. I ain't spoke to her in a while. It's like, come on, dog. Like, you knew what you was doing. Now, is it true? We don't know. We're just going off of hearsay. But from somebody who basically rocks the same way as Mon'Nique, talking about myself, I don't go and talk about people that I know at all. If I know that I've been to their home, I've ate their food, and I consider them a friend, there's no reason for me to talk about them, because that would be stupid of me to do so for the simple fact that I've been over their home, I've ate their food, I consider them a friend. So me personally, I wouldn't do that. I don't talk about people to begin with anyway. Like, I don't talk about people like unkindly. If I have a personal vendetta with them, then it's different. But as far as me talking about them, like, as if I don't really give a damn about them, like, if I know you and I know you haven't done anything to me, it'll never happen. But me hearing this is like, it's a little fucked up that you did that, DL. Like, how you gonna have a meal with someone that you call a friend and a comrade in comedy, but you did say some shit about her? It's kind of odd. Let's keep going.
How far you bending over, nigga, on the DL? You fuck with the wrong one? That's my family, nigga. I'm home, nigga. I'm motherfucking home, yo. I go all the way back with Coco in the motherfucking lounge in the back of the bar when they was cooking motherfucking fried fish, bitch. That's me, nigga. That's me, Detroit. I'm the bitch who did fuck a nigga in the car, but bitch, that happened so long ago. See, black women, let me tell you something. A lot of black men in Hollywood got a problem with me, because I got a motherfucking black king. That's my husband. And them niggas can't understand it. They can't fathom it. It makes them motherfucking sick. Because at what time did black men start attacking black women? What kind of real nigga is that? That's a bitch nigga. That's a bitch nigga. What kind of real nigga would ever attack a goddamn black woman? A bitch nigga. I feel sorry for D.L Hughley's family. I feel sorry for his motherfucking wife, because how do you suck the dick of a coward?
Damn. Now, I would say that is a little fucked up that she had brought that up. Y'all give me like 2 seconds. I gotta fill my vape tank up. So just like 2 seconds. I'll be right back. All right, back. So, yeah, that was a little messed up to talk about, to say that. And I feel as though it's going to be a little fucked up for me to say this, but the man said it himself, so I believe I have the authority to say this. Now, I'm not going to go off of what Mon'Nique said about, his name, DL, and all this, blah, 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 blah. Because that'd be uncouth for me to say that. And I have a little bit of class about myself, so I won't say or get into what she said, but I will go off of what the man himself said himself. Now, you guys can watch this on your own. No need to take my words as truth. You can hear the man say it himself. D.L Hughley himself said that he cheats on his wife. So much so that back in the early 90s, I believe, when he was getting big, pause, he said that he cheated on his wife to the point to where he was about to have an outside child. An outside child on her, which he did. But with some events that had happened in between, his child at a wedlock, or no, I wouldn't say at a wedlock, but from his affair, his child unfortunately died by the hands of the boyfriend of the woman that he was with or on the side. But before all that, the wife met the woman, basically embraced her, told her that everything was going to be fine. We're going to work this out. And, for the betterment of not only your family, but for my family, for myself and my family as well. So, I brought this up on I would say a comrade in this YouTube space, the GMS shows live chat. I believe it was Thursday. I brought this up, and another comrade of mine that saw what I wrote in his comment section or his live chat really asked me, what did that have to do with anything regarding what Mon'Nique was saying? Well, let's look at the chain of events of D.L Hughley's stint within the past 2 years. Or 3 years, I should say, really. Because I think that the whole like Netflix thing happened in 2019. He was interviewed in 2019 about that, I believe, not 2020, not sure. Because, like some of us, I stopped watching Vlad TV for the simple fact that he disrespected Minister Farrakhan after his words that he clearly didn't understand what he was saying. So, with me and a few other people, we stopped watching. So what I said about him, he actually said himself on Vlad TV. So there's no need for me to lie. There's no need for y'all to say, well, Marcus, you're lying. Just go type in D.L Hughley, Vlad TV. I don't know what year, but try and look at all of his interviews and see where he said that. He also said that same thing 9 years before, if not a little less than that, on the Opie and Anthony show when he was a guest on there, and Patrice O'Neal when he was alive, may he rest in peace, was on there as well, and they got into a little conversation where he talked about what happened. Now, D.L Hughley's whole thing is because since he's the breadwinner in the relationship and of his family, that he believes he should do wherever the fuck he wants. Now, I won't say you should or you shouldn't do whatever the hell you want to do. If that's what you feel as though you want to do in your household, no judgment over here. The only judgment that I'm only having is that you took a vow in front of your family and God. Let's put God in this. That you were having to hold and all this other foolishness that they tell you that you should do while becoming a wed couple, and you went back on those vows. So that's the only thing I'm judging him off of is because he cheated on his wife, and he did that, and he's doing it. Well, I'm not saying he. Well, let me not say that. Allegedly, he's doing it. All I'm saying is this: is to pass judgment on somebody and then to say something about someone is a little messed up. If you have your own foolishness that you're doing as well, that you brought out on your own. Um, let's also get into how his middle daughter wasn't speaking to him for a while. That also gets brought up on his interview with Vlad, as well as on his show that he did on TV1, in which him and his daughter both had like a little small segment about it of why uh, they weren't speaking. They get into a little bit of the details of it, and then it was probably like 5 minutes or so, but still, it's a lot of fuck shit that he's done for him to write what he wrote on his Instagram. That's all I'm saying. A lot of people maybe looked at me like, well, how do you know all this shit? It's because I pay attention to a lot of shit. I pay attention to a lot of stuff. You can't say something and have me hear it and then try to say something different. Well, hold on, player. That ain't what you said on this interview. Like, that's me. Like, if I was in like a TV audience and he was saying that, and I know you're not supposed to say anything, they'll basically just edit that shit out. But I would basically stand up like, oh, hold on, that ain't what you said on DJ Vlad 2 years ago. Like, that would be me. So let's keep going.
I tried to play fair, bitch. I tried to play fair, nigga. I tried to play fair. We was on the countdown, nigga. 10, 9, 8, 7, check. See, I don't fuck with nobody. And as an entertainer, families are off limits. As entertainers, we don't fuck with each other's families. Because for me, that is crossing the line. See, I want to give you all a history so you understand a bitch's position. I want to give you the history, mama, so you understand. See, when I look at my wives and sisters, and she look at me like this, get that, nigga. Thank you, mama. See, I did this radio show one time, right? Because I'm thinking, this is my boy. This nigga ain't never had no motherfucking problem, y'all. Right? This my motherfucking dude. So we want to...
Now, hold on. I want to bring this up. If you have somebody that's like that, let's say it's, you don't really call them a friend, but they're like an acquaintance that you know very well. That could possibly be in friend territory, but y'all don't really, speak all that much, right? You would, well, me personally, because I've been burned once like that by a friend of mine. I won't get into details. I'll just get into like the I'll just get into the Cleveland notes of the situation. So this is what happened. Had a homeboy, and if he's watching, what's up, man? But I have to say this. So I had a homeboy of mine. We don't really speak all that much. If we see each other, it's cordial, but we don't really speak all that much. So my homeboy, I've known him since I've been like 12 years old. It was a little spat we had. So I think I told you guys this before. From our when I graduated high school, I had quit my job, my grocery store job, because I wanted to take, I wanted to take 3 months off before, school let back in, which I wasn't going back to school. I just wanted 3 months off. I had enough money saved up to where, I could, do whatever, buy whatever, had some money saved up. But then 3 months turned into 7, and I wasn't ready for 7 months. I had enough for probably like 4.5 months, 4.5, maybe 5 months worth of savings. So my homeboy, after a while, when he would ask me would I like to go places with him. So I will always ask him, well, are we going anywhere where we're going to be eating? Are we going anywhere where I might want to get something? Because if so, I don't really have any money like that to be spending like that. So as a friend to me, he would say, well, nah, don't worry about it. I got it. To me, I'm thinking, okay, cool. He says he got it. He's my homeboy. I believe him, so I'll go. So after that 7 month stint, we would go, hang out with other people, whatever that we know, and we would go places and stuff. No, not on no date shit. I don't want you guys to think that shit. I don't rock that way. Just like if the tables were turned, if let's say he did that, and I had the means to do so, you my homie, don't worry about it. I'm like that now. If I got it and you don't got it, don't worry about it. I got it. You don't have to pay me back. So, I had got my real man's job, my first manufacturing job, medical manufacturing job. I think it was my first paycheck. I was making off of like $10.48 an hour. Had just started. First paycheck was around about maybe $750. So all day I was trying to cash my check. So I had asked him earlier that day. I said, "Hey, do you have to work today?" He was like, "Yeah, I gotta go in at 2." He said, "Wow, what's up?" I was like, "I was trying to get my check cashed, but I can't get anywhere. I wasn't driving at the time." He said, "Well, I get off at 8. Just wait until 8. We'll go somewhere and cash your check." I said, "All right, cool." So he gets off. He calls me. He said, "Yo, I'll be over your house in like 20 minutes." I was like, "All right, cool." He said, "Are you trying to do anything tonight?" I was like, it doesn't matter. We can do something." So we go to Walmart. I cash my check. And then he asked me an eerie ass question that he never asked me before. "How much was your check?" I was like, "Huh?" We had never asked each other those questions before. Never asked him that types of questions. He's never asked me those types of questions until that day. So I knew something was up. So right away, I had to put money I had to count how much I had, which was 750. I had to count how much I had, and I had to start putting certain amounts in my wallet. Well, I had like a wallet. I had a trifold wallet that had 2 compartments where you could put money in. So I had to take certain amounts and fold it and put it in certain parts of the compartments because I needed that money to pay certain bills I had. So I probably after that maybe only had maybe like $320 maybe, if that. So he was like, well, let me get this. It was like something that was like minuscule, like some bubble gum. I was like, well, on our way to wherever we going, let's just stop at a gas station because I want to get something to drink and stuff like that before we go in. He said, well, just get it from me now. And I said, well, I don't really want to be here. I don't want to be here buying them. Let's just go to a convenience store. So he started getting a little irate, like, yo, I asked you to buy me this. Like, I ain't say this to you when I was letting you eat for free and all this other shit. I'm like, well, hold up, dog. Like, I just don't want to buy nothing here. Like, I don't mind getting nothing for you elsewhere. I just don't want to get nothing here. That's all I'm saying. So he said, well, fuck it. You can walk to the party. I was like, oh, okay. That's how we doing it. Then cool. I didn't understand, and to this day, I still don't understand why it had to be there. Could have been anywhere else. Could have been anywhere else. But it had to be there. And on top of that, you asked me how much I made, which you had never done before, which was weird. But I learned a lesson. I learned a lesson from that. The people who you call your friends may not be your friends for real. That's the reason why I don't have such a bigger circle of friends anymore. If in my late teens, early 20s, I could probably say I got like 15, 20 friends. I could probably tell you that. Not now. I can count maybe on one hand how many friends I have, and I only have I probably only have 5, if not 4. Because I don't really count family as like friends, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so as I probably only have maybe like 3 to 4 like real close friends that I actually deal with now. Because when we went out, if they didn't have it, I got you, and vice versa. Mark, you trying to go to the bar? I ain't got no money. Oh, come on, man. You at least got $10 to get in. I was like, nah. I gotta save some of this money up, man. I can't really do nothing. Well, fuck it, I got you. Let's go. Come on, let's go out. And we would never ask each other for payment. Now, I will say, and Clue, if you watch, and you probably remember this, I had just got my license. I had just started driving. So, me and my homeboy, me and my homeboy Clue and my homeboy Slice, we going to the mall, and they was like, this nigga right here, he got his license and he ain't trying to drive nowhere. I'm like, well, I just started driving, like, chill out. They was like, nah, fuck all that, yo. Get in the driver's seat. So I was like, all right. So I get in the driver's seat, and I ain't feel comfortable because I didn't move anything. I didn't move the mirrors. I didn't move the seat. I didn't do any of that. Like, I felt uncomfortable driving. So I was like, yo, I'm about to pull over because I don't feel comfortable driving. So when I tried to pull over, I jumped the curb. With that, I broke my homeboy Clue's front axle. So and it started draining. It started pouring with fluid. I don't even know what type of fluid it was that it was draining. So, and plus his car started driving funny after that. So he had to take it back to his house, park it. Me and my homeboy Darian had to walk to his house and get his car and then go to the mall. Now, did I pay my homeboy Clue back? Yeah. He had an uncle that worked on cars. I think he said it was only going to be like $150 fix. I gave it back to him. Every time I would get paid, which I gave him $75 at first, and then I gave him the rest, was $75, I believe. After that, because he had already paid his uncle, I just had to pay him for paying his uncle. So you know what I'm saying? That's one of my closest homeboys to this day. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we live and we learn, right? But I feel as though that it's a little fucked up that D.L did that to someone he called a friend. Now, some people will say, well, what Mon'Nique is doing now is messed up as well. I understand that portion. But Mon'Nique, in her words, she says she goes off of contracts. Whatever it says in the contract is what she believes is supposed to happen. So who can we say is really at fault at this point? Who really can we say is at fault? Let's keep going.
Show. And when we get to the end of the motherfucking program, this is your program. This was the English program. When we get to the end of the program, they say, Mon'Nique, would you like to play a game? Well, bitch, I like to play games. So I said, sure, let's play a game. And it's a game called Would You Rather. Would you rather? I said, fuck it, let's go.
This is where the co-host of the show should have never asked a disrespectful question like this. Now here's the question.
And then the sister Jasmine says, would you rather your husband fuck Lee Daniels without a condom or Corinne Steffens with one? I want y'all.
What was the reason of that question? Lee Daniels is a man, a homosexual man at that. From her husband, I think his name is Sidney Hicks. He's married to Mon'Nique, which is a woman. What sense of that question makes sense to any of y'all? Now, with the Corinne Steffens one, right, which is a woman, very beautiful woman, but as we all know, her nickname is Superhead, which means she's a freak. I would fuck Corinne Steffens with a condom. Fuck, I'll fuck Corinne Steffens without a condom. I'm throwing it all in, nigga. Shit. I'm betting it all, goddammit, shit. But what was the purpose for that question? I don't even understand the context of why you would ask that question. Y'all had a good interview, whatever y'all was talking about, and then you hit her with that bullshit. Where does that come from? I'd rather, and this is me talking in Mon'Nique's perspective, would I rather my husband fuck a gay man without a condom next to a woman with a condom. I wouldn't rather my husband do any of those things because he's my husband. Pause. Now, y'all try to make sense out of that. I can't make sense out of it. Let's keep going.
Hear the bitch shit this nigga that tried to put me through, y'all. Would you rather your husband, like, nigga, what kind of shit are you putting over the air to your motherfucking listeners? That's coon shit. So be careful who's feeding your motherfucking soul, because you might swallow coon pie and you can't get the coon off of you, and it'll give you goddamn diarrhea. I don't fuck with nobody, but don't fuck with me. Now let's start the motherfucking show. I feel better.
Mind y'all, this is a 10-minute and 43-second video that was posted, right? Let's say she probably ranted let's say she ranted for 11 minutes. That's 11 minutes out of her 45-minute set. She still got time to deliver some funny.
Like, sometimes you got to say your shit. Sometimes you got to say your shit. What you say? Sometimes you got to say your shit. Sometimes you got to say your shit. Sometimes, because they've taught niggas to be scared. They've taught niggas not to call out motherfuckers who's dead ass wrong. So y'all know that shit when it went down with Bill Cosby. Y'all know we was like, bitch, that's not the hustle. We did not want to throw.
All right. So, what did we learn from this, people? We learned that people that you call your friends sometimes aren't your friends. So, promoting D.L Hughley to respond to her claims with his social media posts, equating her actions to that of her Oscar-winning performance in the 2009 film Precious. So check this out. This is what DL had to say. Should I do this side by side like I did last time? Will this work? Yes, it will work. Okay, so let me blow this up for y'all. This is what DL had to say, and let me bring it down a little bit so y'all can see all the edges. Maybe I should do the picture, the big picture, little picture. So hold up. Let me do big picture, little picture. All right, and then let me blow it up for y'all. So DL says, all you have to do is check the order of names on the ticket stub from last night, and you'll see who's confused. Against my better judgment, over the objections of my team and 4 other occasions where I said no, I decided to take a chance and work with Mon'Nique. Oprah was the problem. Tyler Perry was the problem. Charlemagne was the problem. I never got into that either, right? Let's get into the Charlemagne point. Right? Charlemagne and his resilience on on his radio show, which I don't understand why he picked the name Charlemagne. Charlemagne is I believe it's a Roman conqueror that was also a pedophile, I believe. So why he picked that name, I have no idea, but I digress. If y'all don't remember that interview on the Breakfast Club when Mon'Nique was trying to have everybody to boycott Netflix, Charlemagne basically was beating the drum of, well, why don't you go somewhere else? Why are you telling people to boycott a company that we pay our good hard earned money for to watch certain movies and stuff like that? But she was basically saying, well, it's the principle of it. I'm being duped out of millions while my colleagues in comedy are getting paid the amount of what I believe I should be paid. So tell me where I'm wrong with that. Charlemagne didn't have an answer. So I ask you guys, was Mon'Nique wrong after the end of that conversation and told Charlemagne, you just like the man of the husband or the husband who allowed his wife to get fucked by that white man in what was that movie called? Because I cried at the end. Birth of a Nation, the Nat Turner story, not the first Birth of a Nation. But yeah, she equated what he did to that. Now, some people will say, "Well, that doesn't come together. That's not real." Blah 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 blah. Like that doesn't make any sense. And it's like, just look at it. That's all you gotta do is look at it. Charlemagne is sitting there caping for what? What is he caping for? He's asking her all of these stupid ass questions about why she should do this instead of, I believe you, I'm behind you, blah 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 blah. Because where's this camaraderie at? Where it's it's what's the believe all women thing? I think at the time it was was running rampant. Where's the whole believe all women? Now Charlemagne was into that, the believe all women thing, until I believe it was a week later when the allegations came back up that he R-worded some girl in Monk's Corner. Ooh, shocking, right? Those allegations still haunt him to this day, and they still keep being brought back up. It took him like a year and a half to stop that rumor from going on. That he did that, which he said he went to court for it. He went to jail as well because he thought that his cousin did it, but then found out that he was accused of it. And then he said he didn't want anybody else to get in trouble because everybody at the party he was at was underage. Or the party that he threw, I should say, was underage. Now, a lot of people was probably hating me right now because I'm bringing up all these receipts. You can look all this shit up. You can look all this shit up. I have a good memory on shit. This is one thing I believe some people hate about me is because I can bring up what you did 10 years ago and you probably forgot about it. Hey, man, you gotta watch what the fuck you do around me. I'm not saying I'll tell on you. All I'm saying is that you gotta watch what the fuck you doing when you around me because you never know when you might need me. Because I remember everything about the shit that I do. If y'all could do me a favor, like this video, share this video, and subscribe if you are new, and hit that bell icon so you can get all of my notifications once I go live. All right. So, yeah, man, like you gotta look at You gotta look at shit with a different type of lens. Stop looking at it from the lens that you were taught to look at shit through. You gotta look at shit through a different lens, man, because most of these people that he brought up all have shows. Oprah, Tyler, which he has shows on the Oprah network, as well as his own studio. Charlemagne, he has a show not only in New York radio, but he has a HBO show. No, a Comedy Central show. I'm sorry. He did have an HBO show. All corporate people. Charlemagne was the problem. Steve Harvey was the problem. Lee Daniels was the problem. Netflix was the problem. Now it's my turn. At some point, it can't be everyone else. It's you. Lesson learned. I didn't have anything personal against Mon'Nique. People paid a lot of money to laugh, not to hear about your contract. Apparently, the role you played in Precious turned out to be an autobiography. I wonder who's next. Sincerely, D.L Hughley. Now, this is one thing I'll have to say about this. If someone says that they don't mess with anybody, they contractually fulfill all of their obligations in their contract, how would she be the problem with any of this? Because Oprah asked her, I think you should go ahead and go overseas and promote this movie. Tyler Perry said the same damn thing to her. She told her, no, I have to have more money, sign another contract to do so. So they were dead to them too at that point, which at the time, Tyler Perry was still being groomed by Oprah Winfrey. Then we have Charlemagne gets brought up. Charlemagne. Now I understand Charlemagne's tactics when he interviews people. He's trying to get the most out of the guest. I understand that. That's actually good journalism, to be honest with you. He's trying to get the most out of his guest because it makes for good radio ratings. I understand. But when you're up there caping for your bosses to have good radio, but you're bringing somebody to do that in a way that really doesn't seem okay, that's when there's the problem. Then with Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey was the problem, DL says. Because Steve Harvey was up there caping for his corporate interest. And certain things that they were talking about, I think, had him lose some advertisers. So he goes on to D.L Hughley's show that was on TV One and basically said we should have never had that conversation out loud in front of cameras in an in-studio audience. We should have did that behind closed doors. Now, if you thought that at the time when you were doing it, you should have halted all conversation and said, Mon'Nique, we gonna talk backstage. But let's get on to this. That's what you should have done. Don't do it at the end where you try and be like, well, we should never had. Nah, fuck all that. Y'all did it already. Y'all did that dance. Now what? This is Maryland Love right here, man. Like, I'm not gonna allow this shit to happen. And this is the picture he chose. Why? Like, and it's not an autobiography. She fulfills her contractual obligations. How does that equate to her living the story of this woman, the character that she played in Precious? What she was, a unwed mother at first, teenager at that, then got married to the man that was her dad. What she didn't understand at that time, gotta remember, the character was young when she met her future husband, right? Future husband was a pedophile because I believe when they met, she was, I don't know, 17, but that was back in the 70s if you put the story together. That still doesn't make a difference what year it was, but let's put it like this. She didn't know that he was a pedophile. What did her husband do? Her husband raped his daughter continuously. Then, with some black women's fashion who do this, she blamed her daughter for taking her man away from her. So that's the reason why in the movie she has a personal vendetta, which is the reason why she has let me use a correct term. She had a mental disabled grandchild, which I believe was 2 mentally disabled grandchildren, because the bloodlines are the same of which her husband were mixing. That's the story behind Precious. That's the reason why it was made. Somebody that was not only mentally abused, not her character, but Precious herself, the character Precious herself, was not only mentally abused by the mother, but was also physically abused by not only the mother but the father as well. Sexual abuse at that. So how is it that, DL, that this woman equates to the woman of which you're actually talking about? I don't understand your sentiments. What you speak on. What you speak on is wrong. But, you know, for somebody who didn't graduate high school to somebody that actually graduated high school, I can understand why this shit doesn't make sense to me. But the one who didn't graduate high school, it does. I should have thought twice about banging, slanging, and hanging, nigga. Shit, you should have thought twice. All right, so what else is going on with this? With the pair continuing to trade jabs, Mon'Nique challenged Hughley to proof that he was the rightful headliner, a request he obliged by providing a deal memo stating that he was the headliner, was to be the highest paid performer on the bill for the night, and had final say over the lineup in order of the performance. Here's the contract right here. That's his contract. Let's get into it. So it might be a little blurry for you guys, but here we go. Artist D.L Hughley, Lindell, and producer 5 Times Productions Inc. Billing 100% headline. So it says on his that he's the headliner 100%. Engagement venue, Fox Theater, 2211 Woodward Ave, Detroit, Michigan, 48201, United States. Date of engagement, Saturday, May 28th, 2022. Additional provisions. Artist is to be highest paid artist on show. Artists to have approval of lineup and running order of show. Lineup: DL, closing, Mon'Nique, Ada Rodriguez, local radio station host. Purchasers are mitigating exposure to COVID-19 by limiting all catering services which require significant food handling. Therefore, offers are all inclusive should artists or artist's desire exterior food and beverage service, it will need to be supplied. Travel and accommodations, purchaser to provide local professional ground transportation. Payment, all payments shall be paid by purchaser in US dollars unless otherwise mentioned. And then it has the due, how much money, the due date, the amount, how much he was being paid, and then comments. I don't know what that says. It says purchaser in the United States dollars unless otherwise mentioned, be certified or cashed. So basically, a certified check or cashier's check, money order, wire, or cash immediately prior to performance. Any bonuses or overages shall be paid on site immediately following performance. And then you have radius clause, 4-month radius clause. Artists agree to not perform within 150-mile radius of venue from date or design contract, excluding Toledo Funny Bone, April 15th to 17th, and shall not announce another play until May 30th. So that's his contract. That's what his contract says, right? Now, with that, this is what he says. After this, I don't want to hear no more about this. About this piece. Here it is in black and white. The only thing black and white is personal and bank info. Pay attention to headliner, highest paid artist on show, artists to have approval of lineup of the show, D.L Hughley closing, receipts, opinions. I got everything that was stated in my contract, everything. But let's say I didn't. My beef wouldn't be with anyone but the promoter and or my team, and I damn sure wouldn't make it personal. If you have a problem, take it up with management, and by that I mean yours. Peace, Daryl Lynn Hughley. Hashtag Team TK. I don't know what that means, and hashtag King shit. Or DK, Team DK. I don't know what the fuck that means. But anyway, let's keep going. This is Mon'Nique. So before I get into that, yet Mon'Nique questioned the validity of the documents that Hughley provided, pointing out that they did not include a signature and that the deal memo is different from a performance agreement, which is the contract she provided in her own social media response, accusing Hughley of attempting to fool the public with smoke and mirrors. Mon'Nique appeared to have one-upped Hughley, what's that? L-B-I-E-T. Is it B-I-E-T? B-E or B-E-I-T? Where's it at? Yeah, I got that. E-I-T. Boom. Albeit prefacing her remarks by mentioning that he may indeed have a contract of his own stating the contrary. However, not to be deterred, Hughley clapped back by sharing additional documents backing up his claims, as well as highlights the fact that Mon'Nique's paperwork came from her own company, Hicks Media Inc., and not the actual promoters of the event. So, like I said, this is Mon'Nique's contract. Let's read. Hicks Media Inc., FSO, Mon'Nique Hicks, PKA, Mon'Nique, CO attorney Ricky Anderson, PLLC, so private LLC. This agreement made on the 28th day of March 2022 is between Hicks Media Inc., FSO, Mon'Nique Hicks, PKA, Mon'Nique, so performance name basically, Mon'Nique. Hereinafter referred to as Talent, New Day Entertainment, hereinafter referred to as Purchaser. Engagement. Purchaser hereby engage Talent on. Talent hereby accepts such engagement to perform 130 minute to 45-minute concert show engagement. Talent shall be the headliner of the show and the closing talent of the show, of which Talent shall not perform later than 1 hour of performance time after the start of the show. Performance date May 28th, 2022. Venue Fox Theater, City, Detroit, Michigan. Showtime to be determined. This is the form date, and venue may not be rescheduled or changed without Talent's written consent. Now, seems like her contract says the same. Her says the same. So, let's look at it. Let's go back to his. Hold on. Since I'm already here, I can just switch them. So here's his. Says the same thing. Where's it at? 100% headline. Right? Artists is to be paid. Highest artist on show. Artists to have approval of lineup and running order show. Lineup, D.L Hughley, closing, Mon'Nique, Ada Rodriguez, local radio station host. Where else am I looking? Okay, so his says headliner. Down here, lineup, closing, which would make him the headliner. Let's go back. Let's look at hers again. So, purchaser hereby engage Talent, and Talent hereby accepts such engagement to 130 minute to 45-minute concert engagement. Talent shall be the headliner of the show and the closing talent for the show, of which Talent shall not perform later than 1 hour of performance time after the start of the show. So her lawyer drew up their contract to accept New Day Entertainment's drew up a contract to accept New Day Entertainment's offer. So now they got their contract, right? So down here, compensation, no, that's all blocked out. No date cancellation talent fee is guaranteed. All payments made to talent are earned upon payment and non-refundable, subject only to talent's non-appearance, in which talent is liable for the non-appearance, and purchaser is not in breach of this agreement. All monies will be paid via bank wire to following account, and then it has the account. It's an 8-page document of which they signed. So everyone got what they needed. It's just one person didn't get the spots that they wanted, which was DL. DL came on beforehand. Now, Mon'Nique claps back, right? And she says this after re-Instagramming, not retweeting, but reposting what DL had said, right? So Mon'Nique writes, the fact that you point the people to the ticket stub for the order of the names versus to your contract implies that you don't have a contract that shows you are the headliner like I do. Either show your contract or be quiet. Stop messing with people who have never messed with you and who once considered you a comrade in comedy. But I thank you, DL, because you're the reason why I fight for my people like I do. Mon'Nique, you didn't have to have your and your. You didn't need that. All right. All you needed to say was, but I thank you, DL, because you're this one right here. You didn't need that one. The reason why I fight for my people like I do. Anytime you open for the Kings of Comedy and I was the headliner for the Queens of Comedy and you think you should close the show over me is a prime example of the bias that Black women have to deal with in this business. I won't ever discuss awards. I love you for real, Mon'Nique. Now, you may say, well, why is she bringing up something that happened 20 years ago? That was 22 years ago that they was on the Queens and the Kings of Comedy. It's like, look, is she lying? Although, respectfully, at the time, Steve Harvey was the host, which he was a headliner. D.L Hughley was a headliner. But that show, though, proves how strong he was at that time. He was the opener. He was the opening act, basically. Which proved how strong his comedic prowess was at that time. I'm not saying he wasn't good. I just said how strong his comedy was. Because, to be honest, he never let off from his usual like framework of his shows. All of his shows are the same. He comes on, he does, let's say, 40 minutes of comedy. His last 5 minutes out of his 45 minutes of comedy is going at the crowd. He has yet to change that. He did that on the Kings of Comedy. You can watch any of his specials. What was his HBO special called? I forgot, but he came out. Hold on. I forgot what his first special was called. But his first special that he did on HBO was the same jokes that he did on the Kings of Comedy. Now, okay, Cedric the Entertainer, the middle act, strong, a headliner at the time. Bernie Mac, the headliner, closing act, headliner. Headliner. Strong act. They all said we didn't want to follow Bernie Mac. All of them said it. Steve said and DL. We don't want to follow Bernie because Bernie had a different set every night we went up. Now, what does that say? And I'm not coming at Steve or Cedric about this, or really DL as well. But what does that say about y'all's comedy. That basically means y'all saying that, y'all being nice, although may he rest in peace, but y'all are basically saying that y'all suck at y'all's job. We talking Bernie Mac. Bernie Mac started comedy, let's say, the late 80s, while y'all was doing comedy since the mid 80s. Y'all started way before him. Why is he outshining y'all? Why is he outshining y'all at a craft that y'all started way before him? Steve Wood, I think he started in 82. D.L and Sid, I think, started in 84 or if not 85. Bernie Mac, I believe, started maybe 88, maybe 90 doing comedy. But y'all couldn't follow a man who had ne'er joke written. And mind y'all was like 19, 20, 21 years in the game at that time, maybe. I said 20. The fuck is wrong with me? 10 to, let's say y'all was 10 to 15 years in the game. Maybe 20. Let's say 15 years in the game. Y'all was 15 years in the game. Doing this comedy thing. But a man that was doing it way less than y'all, had way less time. But he did have a place to go every night. If you guys don't know, there was a black comedy club in Chicago where Bernie worked out all his shit. Where did he work out all his shit at? In front of black people every night. Why? Chicago is a racially segregated city. That's why. So when he would go up and do his comedy, he knew what the people liked. Now, Steve, DL, and Sid, not only was they doing their comedy in front of black folks at first, but they was chasing that dream, so they had to do mainstream rooms in front of white folks. So they gotta change their way of comedy up because they can't do the shit that they was doing at I don't know, Club Black, I don't know. Then to come to, let's say, the Comedy Store, they can't do that same material the way that they do it at Club Black. They got to switch it up that's more digestible for the white audience. So most of them kind of failed at that. You can listen to Steve talk about that as well, how he was in LA and somebody, Joe Torre, I think, told him the way that he tells the stories when they eating, he should do the same on stage. So Steve didn't feel as though that they could do that. He said, I can tell these stories the same way I'm telling them now in front of an audience like this. Joe was like, yeah, yes, you can do this. I'm going to try it. That's why we know who Steve Harvey is now. Said, which I believe he said he worked for corporate America once he got out of college. And then he was dealing with that, tight butt shit at his job, go to his comedy, go where he was going at in St. Louis, do his comedy. And he got the release. Like, I know how that feels being around a whole bunch of tight butt motherfuckers. I know how that feels. But I don't have those restrictions. I'm just letting anybody know who I work with that's watching this. I'll tell any type of joke I want to at that damn job. Because I'm good with words. I know how to fix words in a certain way where the shit won't sound disrespectful if I'm talking about a certain group. Although I'm trying to be disrespectful. But I'll make sure it's not disrespectful how I say it. But come on, though, yo. Like, this is unacceptable for both y'all to be out here talking when either one of you guys is telling the truth. I don't know who's telling the truth. But here we go. Hold on. Before we get into that. I believe he said in one of his I don't think this is the one, but I'm not sure. But anyway, he writes, you really showing everyone a contract you submitted from your own company. I smell bullshit. I wouldn't pick it up with an old ass birth certificate paper it was written on. Stop the cap, Hughley wrote. Now explain to me how my shit was delivered on and yours wasn't. Sounds to me like your problem is with Hicks Media Inc. Can we please implement the 3 knockdown rules? Mon'Nique has yet to respond to Hughley's latest retort, but has threatened to take legal action against the promoters for a breach of contract. Now, this is what D.L wrote as well. There was some of you who were fooled by the smoke and mirrors of D.L posting his deal memo. This is Mon'Nique that wrote this. Okay, all right. Versus his performance agreement. Here's my performance agreement, and here are emails and text confirming that, as per usual, I'm going to always keep it real and honest with my people. If you notice, mine has signatures and DL's does not, because DL's was actually the performance agreement. What type of ironclad agreement doesn't have the signatures of the participants involved? Apparently DL's. LOL. Now, you told me to check my management, and this is what I came up with. So how did I do? ? Perhaps you should have taken your own advice, because I'm sure your team would have advised you against trying to pass a deal memo off as a contract. You gotta remember, he has a GED. To those out there who thought a deal memo was the same as a performance agreement, especially some of the comedians, this is how we're consistently taken advantage of by the business. And just so you know, the promoter already told my team before the show that you did have. Hold on. Just so you know, the promoter already told my team before the show that you didn't have a signed agreement. That's why I'm not surprised you're using a deal memo. That said, maybe they lied and you actually have a contract. If so, the promoters have put themselves in a terrible position to have more legal action taken against them beyond malicious concealment for breaking the contract at the last second. That said, DL, we the people will be waiting. I'm tripping for your signed agreement. 1, my contract signed. 2, email with PDF of run of show. Additional email with ROS. I should have kept those pictures up here. What I walked into minutes after arriving to the theater. Can you say receipts? LOL. To my people who refuse to fall for the okie doke, and even those that do, I love you all to life. Mon'Nique. Now, let me see if I still got these damn pictures. Because I had took those pictures off because I didn't feel as though they were important. So hold on. Hope I didn't delete them. Please don't have them deleted. God damn it, I deleted them. God, see, I need to quit touching shit. I need to quit touching shit. But basically, this is what I wanted. This was one of the This is what I showed you guys earlier. The run of the show. This was what I said to you guys earlier, which was the lineup of the show, how everything was gonna go. This was their sound checks and all that. So I don't know, man. But basically, those other pictures showed what she said, which was on there. Which was what the her contract, which I showed, email with PDF of run of show, which I just showed you guys. The run of show, which I also showed you guys. Additional email with ROS, which basically was it said some things. It was probably like 2.5 paragraphs, and no, not really. Probably like maybe like 9 sentences, which basically is a paragraph. And then it had like PDFs and stuff like linked to it. And then what I walked into minutes after arriving to the theater, which was also on there as well, which was a picture that I forgot, but I can look up her Instagram because it's still there. Let's see. Name comedian Mon'Nique. Oh, is what the hell's her? Let's see. Gotta get her. The real Mo World. Okay, blah blah blah. The real Mo. Here we go. About to show you guys this. If it's still here, hold on. Let me see if it's still here. All right, still here. So this is what I was talking about right here. This is the email. This was the PDFs. This was the PDF of the run of show. And then her. This was not her, but the promotion, basically. Whatever. And then we have the run of show. And then what she walked into. This was basically, hi, Stephanie. Can Mon'Nique do the call at 2 p.m.? Here's the information. Call in number. Interview Angie Starr. Show Mason and Angie in the morning. Station 105.9 Kiss FM Detroit. And then show information May 28th, Fox Theater at 8 p.m. with Ada Rodriguez, D.L Hughley, and myself, Mon'Nique. And then Jason Adams, which was the opening, the host. So this is it. This is everything. This is what she walked into on the show as well, which didn't differ from anything. Yes, it did. This is what she walked into. This was the new lineup from what she got, which was right here. So this is what she was emailed, but when she walked into the show, this is what the lineup was. So this was the day of when she walked in, because I'm guessing when they come in, they have to look, okay, my time is this, so let me go to my dressing room, get myself ready, so I can be ready before my time gets here. Which I believe all the comedians or all the artists have to be there at a certain time so they can get ready, so they can just do what they gotta do, relax or whatever, and get them their head right before they get on stage. But this is what she walked into, which was right here at the bottom here. So nothing out of the ordinary changed in the beginning until the 835 to the 840 to the 925. Their names were switched. Because on here it's the other way around. No, those are her receipts. This is what I was emailed, was this, and this is her contract with signatures at the bottom. I showed you guys. Right? This is what she got emailed. This is also like, because they got to promote the show once they're there. In the city that they're in, so they got to do radio, they got to do TV to promote the show and stuff like that. And they usually have billboards for the show too. So that's them promoting, and then that's what she walked into. And what's this next one here? Oh, that's her. Okay. So that's what she walked into. This is the lineup that she saw. And then she was like, well, I thought I was the headliner. How did DL become the headliner? And then she goes, I guess, to promotion and is like, hey, what's up with the lineup? I thought I was going last. And then when she said, well, DL said that I ain't going, I'm not opening for nobody, blah, 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 blah. Then that's what happened. So, shit, I have no idea, everybody. Y'all didn't see any of that. Y'all didn't see any of that. But this is what I was showing. Hold up. Let me go back. So this is what she came into, was this yellow sheet of paper. This was the information she had to call into the show. That's what she got emailed, the show lineup, along with this right here. The PDF of the show run, which is this right here. And then this is her contract, which I showed you guys. But then she walked into that. So I'm not understanding myself what happened. But then, get this. Wow, it's a weird world out here. All right, so here is D.L Hughley's response on his radio show. So here we go. Before I don't even know if that music was copyrighted, so if I get flagged, then fuck it.
All right, that was Khalid Talk. I work very hard to control the environment I work in today. I only work where I want to work and who I want to work for. I want to work with. I don't work because that is a very precious place for me. I've been offered a gig, a couple of gigs, 3 or 4 gigs to work with Mon'Nique in LA, in Brooklyn, in Houston, and I turned them down because I didn't think it would work. So after talking to a lot of people.
But why wouldn't you think it will work though? That's weird. He was offered many gigs, and then you turn them down because I don't think that's gonna work. Now, why didn't you think it would work? Is it because both of you guys are headliners, and it kind of doesn't make sense to you to be on another show with another headliner. Now, if that's the case, then that makes sense. That makes sense. But here's the thing. That very same show I was talking to you guys about earlier that I went to in Atlantic City, that Samora was the headliner, which was her show. It was called I think it was called Samora and Her Three Kings or whatever. So each night it was a different lineup of people. So I went Saturday night. Saturday night it was Two Ray and two other guys I've never heard of before. And or it was called Samora and the Kings or something like that. I forgot what it was called. Or the Queen and Her Kings. Like I said, I don't know what the hell it was called. So that, like I said, Saturday night was a different lineup from the night before. I mean the night after. Because Sunday night it was Ricky Smiley headliner, Bruce headliner, and I forgot who else. Oh, so Saturday night it was Tony Rock, Two Ray, some other guy I never heard of before, and I forgot who the host was of it. I forgot. But like I said, Sunday night it was Ricky Smiley headliner, Bruce, and it was somebody else too that's real big. I want to say it was Red Grant, but I can't remember. But yeah, like it worked. It worked out, and they all got their money and they all went home. But I'm not understanding why you would think working with Mon'Nique wouldn't work. Now, like I said, if you feel as though that you being on another show with another headliner wouldn't make sense, I understand that. I'm not judging you off that. But if you feel as though it wouldn't have worked because she's difficult to work with, then I don't know if you got what you thought or it's got different information. I don't know.
And one of the very people in this room about how things are different. Two of the very people in this room, as a matter of fact, and how things are different. And look at how things are coming around. I decided it would be wrong for me not to give somebody a chance based on things that they've never done to me. That would have been wrong for me. And when she talks, and she goes on her diatribe, and she talks about me having my feet under her table. That was at her invitation. I was doing a gig in Greenbelt, Maryland. She lives in Baltimore. She was having a fight party. It was, I think, Evander Holyfield and Mike Tyson. And sure enough, I came to her table at her invitation. And it was a wonderful time. As a matter of fact, it was based on that interaction, along with talking to people, I decided that I would do these gigs. I decided I would do it. And now I know what Tyler Perry knows. I know what Lee Daniels knows. I know what Oprah knows. I know what Steve Harvey knows. I know what Charlamagne the God knows. I know what Netflix knows. Saying yes to Mon'Nique is an occupational hazard. Now, we're playing a gig in Detroit this weekend.
Let me go back to his point. Because I had to walk off for a minute. That it was under her invitation that his feet was underneath of her table, right? What prompted him to give a second chance to Mon'Nique, right? Now, why would you even have to second guess anything like that? If you feel as though that someone is difficult to work with, but then you chilling out with her and cracking up, having a good time, you're like, nah, I'll give her a second chance. I don't care what these people are saying. Like, what sense does that make? Because now you're back on what you thought before, which means you never let that go. You never let it go. It doesn't make any sense now. So, if you believe that she's hard to work with, you had that thought before because of what you heard about her. Now you're going off of hearsay, which is some bitch shit. You supposed to be from 51st and Avalon in Compton, California. What are you doing believing what people say about other people? Isn't that what y'all do in Compton? Y'all go and see about what a motherfucker is saying about you or saying about someone else that you know? I thought that was the practice. As a man, that's what... Look, if someone comes to me and says, you hang out with that dude? Yeah, he cool. Why? Why you hang out with him? Like, he's this, and that. Look, check that shit out the door. I don't do that. I stop people right in their tracks. Look, don't do that. I don't know that information. I wasn't told that information by him. If he doesn't tell me, then I don't want to hear it. I don't do that. That person's not around you or myself to defend themselves from what you're saying right now. I don't want to talk about it. Leave me out of it. That's how I get down. Now, DL, you should do the same thing. If someone is talking about someone that you know, but you don't have prior knowledge nor firsthand knowledge of them doing whatever they're being accused of, you shouldn't be taking people's words for it. You should say, you know what? I understand what you're doing. That's cool, but I don't get down like that. I'd rather talk to her about that or have her around this when you're saying this, so that person can defend themselves. I don't do that, yo. I don't talk about people that aren't in the room. Because then it becomes with that person saying that shit in front of you, and let's say y'all are friends. This question might come up. Well, why do they feel so comfortable by telling you that? And then you become the villain to that person. It's not hard, yo. It's not hard to check somebody. Let's keep going.
I know I'm going on at 9:45. I leave the hotel. I get there around 9. Mon'Nique had just gotten there. She was supposed to be there at 8:40. She had just gotten there, gone at 8:40. She got there at 8:38. What Mon'Nique was trying to do was to slow walk the show. She didn't end up being on for 30 minutes. The oldest trick in the world is, if I want to change the order and I don't have merit, I'll try to make people wait so long that everybody gets nervous and go, please, just go on so we can avoid the conflict. That didn't happen. Mon'Nique got on stage. Mon'Nique actually felt like she had merit. She would have done one of three things. Either she would have took it up with the promoter, and she did, and the promoter said, we're going on, and whether you're going or not, that's a different thing. You would have not done it, but she knew she had to get on stage, or she would be in breach of contract, or she would have come to talk to me. She didn't ever, and I emphatic.
Because she said that you went on a tirade saying, I'm not going on fire. That's what she said you said. Now, if he could address that part, which he's sort of kind of doing it, but not really. He's saying something, but he's not saying to the point of, well, when I found or when I was going up or whatever, like it's none of that's being said. You can clear the air of what someone is saying by using their own words. I've seen this happen many a times on another YouTuber show, which he doesn't like people to bring him up, so I'm not going to bring him up. But from what I've learned from him, he uses other people's words against them. DL, you've been doing radio. How long? You've been doing this long enough too. You roast people. You can use somebody else's words against them, for one, for comedy sake, and two, to prove them wrong. Let's keep going.
Emphasize this. She never once talked to me. I haven't seen Mon'Nique in years. I didn't see her at the venue before, after, or during. I haven't spoken or seen Mon'Nique. So if you really thought that you had a legitimate contract dispute, you would have come to me and said, hey, I have this contract and you have this contract. Notice not one thing on that contract, not one person she has on that contract, not one thing happened. Do you know why? Because it wasn't legitimate. And she goes on stage and she proceeds to eviscerate me. Not just me, but Steve Harvey, the sexual, my wife, my dog later on in subsequent conversation. Let me ask you something. What did any of that have to do with an alleged contract dispute? What did Steve Harvey have to do with your contract? What did I have to do?
It's your homeboy, that's why. Now some people will say that this is a woman thing to do, is to bring up other people up into a conversation that have nothing to do with it, right? But when motherfuckers is just is mad enough, they'll bring up anybody into something. People who deal with you directly, your friends, your family. Like if they have a personal vendetta out for you personally, everybody can get it. If I'm mad enough, anybody can get it. Kids, dogs, your dead grandparents, anybody can get it. If I'm feeling that froggy, if I'm that pissed, anybody can get it. I'm sorry. Maybe it's just a Maryland thing because she did the same damn thing. But anybody can get it. It's just what it is. Like if y'all don't like that, y'all don't have to watch me more. But I'm just saying, if I get mad enough to where I'm trying, which I don't like arguing anyway, so I'll immediately go for the jugular. So it's best for anybody not to try to get into a verbal dispute with me because one, your vocabulary isn't as vast as mine. Two, most of y'all don't know how to speak the English language to begin with. And three, you don't want this smoke. Because I told y'all a couple shows ago how I'd stopped the argument between one of my ex-girlfriends by bringing up a personal issue of hers. Now, was I wrong for doing that? Yeah, I was wrong because I considered this person somebody that I loved. But did I end the argument? I sure as hell did. Because I don't like to argue. It's pointless to argue with people who don't want to see your point and who don't give a fuck and they just want to berate you the whole time. Okay, well, let's end this shit. I'd rather fuck with a bitch with two good titties. How about that? Let's stop this bullshit. That's where it ended. But let's keep going.
Your contract. What did my dog have to do with your contract? What does my wife have to do with your contract? You wrote your contract, you and your daddy. You proceeded to say things that were so patently insulting that it was galling. It was galling. You asked in subsequent conversations why I have a dog, a support dog, what kind of person has a support dog. I have that dog because my father died. My children and family decided they would get a dog from where he was from, and I named the dog after my father. I don't have a dog to keep people away from me. I have a dog, so I have my father with me all the time. That is an act of...
You know who else did that? Named the dog after somebody? Not a support dog, but just a dog. 50 Cent. Do you know what 50 Cent named his dog? Oprah. You know why? Because him and Oprah had a dispute. And he said, you know what? Best way to get back at this bitch is to get a dog and name it. It was a female dog at that. And if y'all get what I'm trying to say here, the best way to get back at this bitch is get a female dog and name it Oprah. What's another name for a female dog? A bitch. That's why 50 Cent is so good when it comes to public disputes. He's always trending and he always goes viral. But y'all probably didn't know that about the dog with 50 Cent. But 50 Cent did an interview with 50 Cent. I said 50 Cent did an interview with 50 Cent. Oprah did an interview with 50 Cent. and his dog came into the picture, into the video, and she said, "Oh, what's your dog's name?" He said, "I named it Oprah." They had a public dispute at one point in time, if you guys didn't know that. So he called it Oprah.
But what you know very little about. You proceeded to assault my sexuality. You have the temerity to assault someone's sexuality, a man's sexuality, given who you lay next to. None of that had anything to do with alleged.
Hold on, I didn't catch that. Wait a minute. Let's go back.
Of love, which you know very little about. You proceeded to assault my sexuality. You have the temerity to assault someone's sexuality, a man's sexuality.
Oh, he said temerity. I thought he said to marry to. I said, what?
Given who you lay next to. None of that had anything to do with alleged contract dispute. You could have taken that up with a lawyer. You would have gotten out. You could have not gone on stage, but you knew you didn't have a valid contract. And you do what you always have done. You tried to weaponize black femininity. You tried to turn that audience against me. You tried to burn everything down. Like you do all the time. Who calls Netflix and thinks I can get $10 million because I did the Queens of Comedy? Who thinks you can get on stage and still live off that? I was a king of comedy. You never hear me talking about it because in this business, like any other, it isn't what you.
During Bernie Mac's birthdays and the anniversaries of the Kings of Comedy, all you guys, including Guy Torrey, because he was in your spot, DL. But he decided to go off and do his nights at the Comedy Store, so they needed somebody to fill that slot, which you became second billing, and thus history was made with the Kings of Comedy movie. But nobody knew that because most of y'all don't pay attention to shit. Let's keep going.
Have done is what you do. That show was when I signed.
Hold up, to tie that together, the original Kings of Comedy was Guy Torrey, which was in Steve Harvey's spot. Steve Harvey, hold on, yeah, Steve Harvey, Cedric the Entertainer, Bernie Mac. Guy Torrey went off and started doing his nights at the Comedy Store, which there's a documentary on Amazon right now that you guys can watch. So, since I believe DL was a little stronger than what Steve Harvey was in comedy at the time, everything got switched. It was Steve Harvey as the host, then DL, Cedric, then Bernie. Now, y'all still live off of that because everyone still talks about the Kings of Comedy. Hell, at the time when Mon'Nique was trying to have people boycott Netflix, guess what movie was up there? The Kings of Comedy. How ironic. Man, get the fuck out of my face.
To do. I made the quintessential mistake, the horrible mistake that like Tyler Perry, like Lee Daniels, like Oprah, like all these people of saying yes to you. And it is an occupational hazard. It is my fault. I have learned my lesson. You didn't just, and the thing that bothers me the most isn't the things that you said, because I know who I am and I know what I do. And I have a pristine reputation. Everybody who knows me know what I'm about. It's this whole, my dear, my babies, I love you for real, which is so transparently false, it is ridiculous. But the thing that was really the most annoying, the thing that was really the most bothersome, is after a terrible couple of weeks where people were being slain in Buffalo, where people were being slain, kids are getting slain in school, and people had come to a comedy show to get away from all of their problems, you besieged them with yours. The one contract that isn't in dispute is the one that the audience had with us to entertain them. But every single time, more and more, you spend half of your time talking about your grievances and what you didn't get and who did this to you. Listen.
Because this is what you don't understand, DL. People love bullshit. That's why. People love drama. So the reason why the people at the comedy show weren't booing her is because they know that this is juicier to listen to than some jokes right now. We see this all over the internet. People beefing and stuff like that, and drama. People putting their drama out on social media, and people get entertained by that shit. They like, damn, where the popcorn at? That's the reason why a lot of people put the Michael Jackson emoji of him eating popcorn, because they're sitting there entertained. So what aren't you understanding, DL? People love drama. They don't give a fuck about contract disputes and all that. All they gave a fuck was, damn, Mon'Nique's going at DL right now, and DL isn't here or isn't in the building anymore to hear this shit. Nor is he coming out here to do anything about it. Well, fuck. I'll sit here and sip this drink and eat my popcorn as I'm watching. That's why no one will come out that was at the show and say, you know the part of the show when Mon'Nique was going at DL, I didn't like that at all. She shouldn't have did that. No, you'll never hear that. They'll basically be like, I enjoyed myself, especially when Mon'Nique came on stage and started berating D.L Hughley. That's what they'll say.
When you burn things up and you sit back to watch the results of them, she's literally set that stage on fire, said the most incendiary things ever, and I had to go on stage. She has the temerity to call me a coward. A coward would have left. A coward would have said, I can't go. You didn't even want to go on when you had a contract that you knew that not to be true.
Now, I didn't have the video. I don't have the video, but it's like a 40-second video of DL being on stage, and he's just doing his jokes. He didn't discuss what she said. He didn't come out and say, well, this and that. Nah, he just did his jokes. That's it. That's all.
Up this whole narrative that you knew not to be true, and you played that out in front of the audience, and then I had to go on behind you. And you know what you did? You sat back and you tried to watch your damage. You set the stage on fire and you watched what you've done. You know who does that? Arsonists do that. Arsonists set shit on fire and try to see the damage.
That's why they're arsonists. Yeah, that's what they do. They enjoy watching shit burn. That's why they're arsonists. What are you talking about?
But I blame myself because I know now what I didn't before. Saying yes to you is an occupational hazard, one I will not repeat. I don't blame you. I wish you well. But when you do the things you do, when everything's about you, when you're vitriolic, when you have all these fights with all of these entities, it is you. Precious was not a movie. Precious was an autobiography. That is who you are, literally. You mad at the contract you and daddy wrote, your daddy? And I don't know why you call a man daddy and you pay for him. That's a son. Let's be clear.
Now, what he's talking about right now, if you guys don't know, Mon'Nique calls her husband daddy. Now, I brought up a story earlier of Mon'Nique saying to Oprah not to interview her mother and father and her brother because she didn't have the greatest relationship with them. Now, some people say, well, what would that have to do with her upbringing with her father and all that? Well, it says a lot when you aren't speaking to your loved ones like that. Now, I also brought up how her brother sexually abused her as a child. What did her father do to stop that from happening? Although her brother has went to jail several times for shit, but he never went to jail for that assault. Now, some people may be saying, well, what could he do? He's her father. he could have told her everything's going to be all right. I'm going to handle this. And could have either commenced him whooping his ass, killing him, or calling the cops on him to put him in jail for sexually assaulting his sister. But I guess he did none of that. So that's probably the reason why she doesn't have such, or she didn't at the time have such a great a relationship with her father. Thus now her calling her husband her daddy because he protects her. It makes sense to me. It doesn't make sense to DL. Probably may not make sense to other people. But some people, some women do that. Not all, but some of them do that.
I'm angry with you. I'm angry with me. I did what I knew not to be true. But I'm going to tell you something. When you burn and you destroy and you wreck, you are not a queen of comedy. You're a queen of ashes. And while I'm going to go back to work and you get back to your kingdom of smoke. That's a little note from the GED section. We got the jazz report coming up in 15 minutes. It's the D.L Hughley Show.
All right. So, everybody, I hope you guys learned something from that for the simple reason of this. You can't really call everybody your friends. And two, you can't reason with someone that is unreasonable. Now that can go for either sides, Mon'Nique's side or DL's side. It doesn't matter. Either both people or either one of them are unreasonable right now of what. Now, so let me put it like this. I believe Mon'Nique and DL got the same emails with the same show lineup on it, right? After DL saw the lineup, let's say that she's telling the truth, and he did go on a tirade of I'm not going up after before her. I don't open for nobody. Let's say he did do that. Then that means that Mon'Nique isn't lying. Now let's flip this around. Let's say things do change at the last minute, and the promoter probably believed, well, DL's been on the road consistently for years, and Mon'Nique just got back on the road just 3 to 4 years ago. I think it would be it'll be more understandable if DL closes the show instead of Mon'Nique. But at the same time, not thinking about each other's time in the comedy game, which they both practically, in a way, I think are. She said she's been doing it for 30 years. I believe DL's been doing it for probably around the same amount of time. So I don't think
about fair use. It's the law.
Hold up, yo.
Federal law allows citizens.
I believe that either one. I believe either one of them could be telling the truth. So I don't know. But to end it here, you guys gonna have to watch out and see who y'all's real friends are, I will say. Let's move on to the last story. I don't really have much time. This show is running over a little more than what it usually would. So, I'll do this and then I'll close it off. So, if you guys don't know what's been going on with this actress, let me bring her picture up. With Moses Ingram, very pretty girl, Baltimore native at that. So Maryland Love in the building right now. Moses Isley is a she's acting on the Obi-Wan Kenobi show that's on Disney Plus right now. Very good show so far. 2 episodes last week for the opening, which Star Wars Celebration was last week. Good show so far. She's a good actress. She was also in The Queen's Gambit on Netflix, so I guess y'all should check that out as well. She's going through something right now because just like other recent iterations of Star Wars, she's going through a racial spat right now. Well, getting racial slurs thrown at her online. So here's a video of her addressing this. So here we go.
There's nothing anybody can do about this. There's nothing anybody can do to stop this hate. And so I question what my purpose is, and even being here in front of you saying that this is happening. I don't really know. But I think the thing that bothers me is that, like, sort of this feeling that I've had inside of myself, which no one has told me, but this feeling of like, I just got to shut up and take it. You know, I just kind of got to bear it. And I'm not built like that. So I really just wanted to come on, I think, and say thank you to the people who show up for me in the comments and the places that I'm not going to put myself. And to the rest of y'all weird.
So, what's going on is that the weird fucking Star Wars fans who can't see any other than white people being in a galaxy far, far away, they can't take it. This happened with, and not only that, they hated the man Hayden Christensen, who played Anakin Skywalker in episodes 2 and 3, and they made the little boy that was in Star Wars Episode 1, Phantom Menace, quit acting. Why? Because they were sending him not only death threats, but they were sending hate mail to him. Why? Because they feel as though that a character is something in their imaginations, which in an imaginary world, this shit is going on. Not in real life, an imaginary world in a galaxy far, far away. Now, how the fuck is it that not only the white actors who are playing a key role in a movie to set up a movie franchise that was already set up in the late 70s and 80s. I believe the first Star Wars came out in 77, and then the second one came out in 82, if not 83. And then you get episode 3 in 87, I believe. I'm not sure. Anyway, doesn't matter. Or 85, one of the two. But anyway. From what we know, they hated Billy D. Williams' portrayal of Lando Calrissian in episodes 2 and 3. They hated his portrayal of that character in it at that time. Now, let's fast forward to episodes 1, 2, and 3. Now, there was another Black Jedi. I don't even think Samuel Jackson really got that much hate at the time when he played Mace Windu. But Hayden Christensen, and I forgot the little boy's name. I shouldn't call him a little boy because he's a grown ass man now. But hell, that dude. Let me get his name. Star Wars Episode 1. Jake Lloyd. Jake Lloyd is the guy's name who played young Anakin Skywalker. So Jake Lloyd basically quit acting because he was getting death threats and hate mail. Not only that, he's gotten into a lot of fucking legal trouble as well, as far as like crimes and shit. Because people like the people that are fucking with Moses Ingram right now did to him. Not only that, let's fast forward to episode 7, 8, and 9, which I don't believe, well, I believe only the first one was good to me. Episode 7. 8 was whack and 9 was really whack. They got on Star Wars' ass because they didn't want a female protagonist as a main character, which is Daisy Ridley, who played Rey in 7, 8, 9. Now, this was the plan in that the main person, because they was going to do like a duality type of thing of Rey and Finn, but Finn was going to be the black guy in episode 7, 8, 9, which was played by, what was his name? John Boyega. Finn was going to be the main protagonist. He was going to be the hero. And then Rey was going to play second billing as the supporting actress of John Boyega's character, Finn. But then when they got the hate mail and they started going at fucking John Boyega, because they was like, stormtroopers can't be black and stormtroopers can't be Jedi. Women, Rey is stupid. How is she so powerful so soon? It's like, nigga, it's a fucking story. Shut the fuck up and watch. Or write your own Star Wars and let's see that horrible movie. Now, episode 8 introduced a character named and I'm not going off of any of this because I don't have much time. Episode 8 brought on a character named Rose Tico, which was played by Asian female actress Kelly Marie Tran. Right? This is what happened to her.
Of online harassment following her starring role in Star Wars The Last Jedi, actress Kelly Marie Tran has left social media. While Tran has not publicly commented on her reason for leaving, she has completely wiped her Instagram page and changed her bio to afraid, but doing it anyway. The 29-year-old actress has been the target of relentless abuse at the hands of those calling themselves fans who did not like her Last Jedi character Rose, although plenty of others have voiced their support. One of those supporters has come in the form of Last Jedi director Rian Johnson, who has responded to Tran leaving over abuse.
Now, check this out. The first of the new iterations of Star Wars. The reason why the first movie was so good, the first episode 7 was so good, because J.J. Abrams took the director's seat. And if you ever saw any of J.J. Abrams' movies, Star Trek, Cloverfield, I forgot the second Cloverfield movie's name. The other Cloverfield movie that was on Netflix. All of J.J. Abrams shit is always good. This is why episode 7 was so good. Because through time, with the original Star Wars, George Lucas started changing stuff and putting CGI stuff into the movie. Basically for him to make the story better and to modernize the story. People didn't like that. They liked the practical effects. They liked the jump cuts and all of that. George Lucas was just trying to smoothen the movie out because it was certain cuts in the movie that looked trash. If you ever watched the original episode 4, uh, um, episode 4 Star Wars, you can see where when Han Solo was at the cantina, and it looked like that Han shifted in his seat when Greedo shot at him underneath the table, or was it over the table and then Han shot him under the table? Either or, I can't remember, but in there, the nerds know what the hell I'm talking about. That was something that George Lucas smoothed out. He made it look better. They didn't like that. So what J.J. Abrams did with Episode 7, he brought back practical effects as well as CGI. But it was more practical effects in there, such as puppeteering that was done in the first movie, and practical effects and stuff like that. He did more of that, like George did in Episode 4. Then we get on to Episode 8, which Rian Johnson directed. Fucking movie was horrible. I would say that. And I'm a Star Wars fan, nor do I write movie scripts. But if you watch it from Episode 7 to 8, you will see this shit is stupid. And then Episode 9, which J.J. Abrams took the reins again to try to save the franchise, but the Star Wars woke fandom had already sunk their teeth into it and still kept hating on it. Now, JJ did what he could do with Episode 9, from trying to put the story back where he wanted it to be. But since it was so many changes, he was like, well, fuck, I'm going to have to go with what happened with Episode 8. I brought you all the characters that I wanted to bring you guys. The original 3 as well. Well, original 4, really, if you put Lando in there. As well as the new iteration of people that I wanted to bring to you guys. And then you had the dumpster fire, which was Episode 9, as well as a bad sequel trilogy. But then people still hate the prequels because of one actor's acting. But if you listen to the actors describe how they wanted to portray said character, you would understand why his acting is the way that it is. The reason why Hayden Christensen made Anakin Skywalker such a hard shell on the outside, but a softy on the inside, that had the love of his mother, which he was ripped from in Episode 1. He was ripped from his mother because an order saw him as the savior of their religion. So he was 10 years old when he got ripped from his mother. He still loved his mother. He still wanted to see his mother, but with the Jedi's thinking, have no attachments, which Yoda told us in Episode 3. Have no attachments because it'll lead to hate, which leads to suffering. But how could he stop the love of his mother if he loved his mother so much? Which he siphoned that love over to Padme. Padme basically filled that void of what was there for his mother. Of which he then started having visions of Padme dying in childbirth, which made him fight even harder to see if he could try and save her. which made him go over to the dark side because Palpatine's fucking manipulating ass fucking told him the dark side has far better resources and powers than what the Jedi have. I can help you better than what the Jedi can. Well, what do I have to do? Just decree yourself to the dark side, and I'll tell you what my plan is. Thus, he kills younglings. Thus, he, does what he does at the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, and then thus him and he damn near kills Padme because she didn't know that she had a stowaway of Obi-Wan on board of her ship, which Obi-Wan had to fight him to stop him from such craziness of what he was getting himself into, of which he thought after Anakin caught on fire, he died right there. That's what he thought. Thus, in the show now, he finds out. Not spoiler alert if you haven't. Spoiler alert if you haven't seen the show yet. But in episode 2, Reva, which is played by Moses Ingram, tells Obi-Wan that Anakin is alive. But they don't have they have the audacity to fuck around. You guys get the story from the video. She quit social media because the fandom not only fucked with her, but now are fucking with Moses Ingram because they don't think that her character should be who she is. Why does she know so much? Why does she blah 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 blah? How does she know that Anakin Skywalker is Darth Vader? But why is all this? Why is she so brash? She's trying to prove herself. And her character is trying to prove herself that she is rightfully so should be a part of the group of Inquisitors. Now I know I nerded the hell out on y'all, but I like Star Wars, so fuck y'all. But she's enduring, and I gotta get off in like 2 minutes. She's enduring this right now. She doesn't have to. For the simple fact is that people who are so headstrong on something that they did not create but they grew up and loved, like that's just like me. I grew up watching Power Rangers. That's like me saying the iteration that they're doing now with the Power Rangers is stupid because the original cast would have did this because this character is doing that now. Like nobody gives a fuck. It's a children's show. No one cares about plot points and stuff like that. Kids aren't paying attention to that. They care if the show is good or not. If it's not good, they don't watch it. Kids can decipher that as well. Just like Star Wars now is a part of Disney. What do Disney do? They not portray themselves. They make family-friendly entertainment. Thus, what they make their product for mostly is for kids, which is the reason why they sell toys. Well, who do they have underneath their umbrella? Well, who did Disney have underneath their umbrella now, other than their own Disney stuff? Pixar, Star Wars, Marvel. Along with their Disney toy sales, they can now sell stuff from Pixar, such as Toy Story toys and all that. They can sell Star Wars toys now. Ooh, who loves lightsabers? Well, people love lightsabers so much. We're gonna start selling them at our parks for $250 a pop or something like that. As well as if you want a Captain America shield or if you want a superhero suit of any of our characters that we introduced, you can buy those as well. It's a fucking cash cow. So you guys are looking at this as far as just the show. But what you should be looking at this is how much money has Disney made off of their investments of these companies to sell toys and videos and other stuff that they gonna do with the properties. It doesn't matter who's playing what character, what race, what gender is playing what character. Because if they can do a good job, which Moses Ingram has been doing within these past 3 episodes, why do you care so much? Makes no sense. But I'll leave this to you guys. All right, I don't. Like I said, I've been up here too long. I'll leave this up to you guys because for the simple fact that these stupid motherfuckers are sending racial slurs, hate mail, and fucking death threats to her. Look, yo. Look, y'all better chill the fuck out. For real. Y'all better chill the fuck out. And Moses, I'm with you. I love your character. She's a very strong character. She's very headstrong. She knows what she wants to get out of being a part of the Inquisitors. She knows that she wants to be the right-hand man to Darth Vader. So I understand your portrayal for the character. You're making her very brash, very headstrong, stuff like that. I understand, and I love the character. Some people who sit and critique shit so much, they don't understand when someone's giving a good portrayal of something. But I digress. I thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys been paying attention to the tick down at the bottom, because I want to tell you guys that this is the end of the show. I'm really getting off of here right now. But queuing up my theme music. I want to tell you guys, please don't forget, on Saturdays, and I don't have that up here anymore, but I'm going to put it back up. On Saturdays, I do this here podcast called Marcus Speaks Live. Tune in at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, all right? As well as on Fridays, I do my game stream, Marcus Speaks Play, which I play all of my favorite games and a certain select few new releases. So I will be getting on the train of watching PlayStation State of Play to see what they are bringing out, so I can have more ideas of what I want to play with you guys, play for you guys. And as well, if you guys want to send me in a story recommendation or a game recommendation, just let me know in my DMs on social media. They are scrolling down there right now. All right, they've been scrolling the whole time. As well as, what else do I have? Please go and subscribe to both of my YouTube channels, Marcus Speaks and Marcus Speaks Play, here on YouTube. As well, if you're feeling froggy, go over there and link to twitch.tv or the Twitch app and type in Marcus Speaks Productions. That's where I also do exclusive gameplay. I was doing my podcast over there, but since I play YouTube videos, they can't play them, so they silence those videos. And I just stopped doing it over there. But if you guys want to come up here and talk to me when I do my podcast, the link will always be on the side at the top of the live chat. I only have 2 rules with that. You must be on camera if you do want to come up here and talk to me. And if you don't, the second rule is if you don't want to be on camera, you still have to be on camera on the backstage. So that's my only rules. And if you guys can be so kind to like this video, share this video, and hit that subscription box if you could, and hit that bell icon too. Ring the hell out of that bell icon to all, so you can immediately get all of my notifications once I go live. all right? So, with that being said, people, I'm out of here. I never leave you guys with anything, but I'm going to start leaving you guys with this, all right? Make sure you drink your water, you mind your business, and you do your own research, all right? Check you guys out next Friday, all right? Peace out. Thank you for watching.